We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. I was just waiting for my stuff to load in. My name's the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. Mako, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. We're just starting up the stream. Okay, so what are we going to be doing today? So that is Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. Everybody, did you have an opportunity to see the eclipse that happened earlier today? Trash Dragon, hello, nice to see you. Got a Nyan Cat to start off the stream. So what are we doing today? So we got a bunch of different topics we're going to be rolling on through. So the first topic is going to be our game topic. So we're going to be playing Her Story. It's a pretty popular game that has you putting together a crime that happened. I'm not too sure what the details are, but there's a bunch of interview videos of a woman, and we need to piece together what happened. I think it might have been a murder. We'll see. All right, so that's the first topic for today's stream. So the second topic, we're going to be doing a demo of the TryHackMe Hacker Holidays Challenges. This is an event that's been going on for 2 weeks, and I think it finished up today or yesterday. Okay, so Her Story, I remember getting that one. Yeah, unfortunately, we've had to put prices on the video redeems because people were getting a bit out of hand. But you should be able to have enough points for the video redeems after a couple of hours of watching the stream. Okay, so it ended yesterday. Okay. All right, so binary exploitation is going to be the topic, the third topic for today. And we're going to be doing a free talk. Well, basically what we're going to be talking about is we're going to be talking about shell coding for binary exploitation. And we're going to be walking through some challenges from the over-the-wire Narnia game to talk about that. So that's the third hour of today's stream. For the fourth hour and the fifth hour and maybe the sixth hour, we're going to be doing Hackropole Binary Hacking Challenges. I'm not too sure how long we're going to be working on these because our binary exploitation talk might take some extra time. Okay, brute force method. Brute force method? All right, 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you here. And I guess we should probably start into our gaming topic. So I'll put 60 minutes on the clock and then we will get started. Okay, and let's go ahead and start the game. So while we're playing the game, of course, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about cybersecurity or about other tech topics. It's just that I'm going to be playing the game in the background. We should see that the game opening up any second now. And you should be able to hear the music in just a little bit. Here we go, okay. And let me know about the game volume. We're aiming for the game volume not to be too loud as to drown out what I'm talking about, but not too soft either. Okay, I guess we will start. Game volume is about 20% too high. Okay, I'll be sure to switch it well, to lower it a little bit when I get the chance. I can also lower it in. Well, let's see if I can get the settings. Oh, that just closes out the game. Okay. Okay, we'll try to get to the sound settings as soon as we can. Actually, you know what? I'll just adjust the volume in the broadcasting software. Okay, how's the volume now? So search terms, murder, search. Okay, we've got some video clips to watch. So let me go ahead and click into the first one. Cornerstone. So this is from 1994, June 27th. Okay, and we'll play this one.
You think it's murder? I mean, clearly it's murder. What can I do to help?
Okay, so some murder happened. All right, next. This is from July 1st, same year.
Yeah, that's me. But February, I mean, that was months ago. What's that got to do with Simon's murder?
Okay, so she did it. Yeah, maybe. I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's. I think we can. Can we write notes? So there's a database checker, log off. Today is 2026. Okay. I hope it's not one of those games where you need to manipulate the clock. Let's see. readme.txt. So computer technology is the backbone of modern police work, logic database. All right. To retrieve a clip, type in the word robbery into the search field. So I guess we need to collect our search terms so that we can start looking for more video clips. That's my guess. Everybody write that down. You know what? I can keep track of this stuff on like a separate notepad. Off screen. Okay, Simon was the murder victim. Okay. To save a clip for later reference, you can click Add to Session. Also, if you wish to add additional tags of your own, okay, please click on the user tags box and type in your desired tags. Okay. What about this one? Here's the database. I filed a Freedom of Information form to get you guest access. Everything seems to work. You've transferred the videos off to the original tapes in 1999, and then the Y2K thing hit and they got mothballed. No one has touched them since. I couldn't find the server with the detective's footage on them. Possibly those tapes got damaged when the old archives were flooded in 1997. But I figured this would be enough. Take your time, SB. Okay. Aquafina, hello, nice to see you here. What is this? So this is... Oh, you know what? I forgot to put up my overlays. Okay, so these are the overlays. This is the first topic and this is the second. Oh, and we're not doing telling lies. We're doing her story. Okay, so it should be accurate now. So we're taking a look at these video clips and we're trying to solve a murder, I guess. Let's play this one.
I didn't murder Simon. You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong person.
Okay, we don't even know who this person is. I guess she'll identify herself in one of the other clips.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Okay, so that was from July 7th, 1994. So I guess we can also search for some other terms, maybe, or she set up. We don't know. We don't know at this point. So Simon. Ah, okay. So we have more videos related to Simon. 61 entries found. Access limited to first 5 entries. Okay. So this one's from June.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work. Mirror making, feature windows, artistic things. Really beautiful things.
Okay, so there was an important detail in there. Can we pause? Looks like we can't pause.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work. Mirror making, feature windows, artistic things. Really beautiful things.
Okay, so we got another clue. So Ernst Brothers Glass, we might be able to search that up later. Okay, let's take a look at the rest of these clips.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. They said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
Okay, Sick in the Mind says, all the forensic interview footage I've watched says she's a liar. I mean, I can't tell, but what do you think? What about this footage makes you think that she's a liar? Sick in the Mind. Hello, nice to see you here. And Shershak, why is she smiling? Not sure why she's smiling. Actually, let's do that one more time.
Simon is 6 foot, darkish blonde hair, average build. He's clean shaven. If his beard grows, it goes ginger, so he shaves it. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with ginger hair. I bought a photo. They said a spring photo. This was taken last year on holiday in Rome. It's the best one I have.
Okay, so the woman took a holiday in Rome with Simon. And Sick in the Mind says she keeps looking to the right, showing creative focus. But yeah, this is acting technically. I mean, the acting is supposed to be for the game, yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's I guess it really takes some acting chops to act like an actor. Well, to act like a person who's acting is what I'm trying to say. All right, so we'll continue.
It's the Rockington Arms, The Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
Okay, so Rockington Arms is his bar, and who owns it?
It's the Rockington Arms, The Rock. It's run by a nice couple, Peter and Susan. There's some other regulars there that Simon likes to drink with, and the barmaid they're having sometimes, Helen. Peter said Simon had been in and had a few drinks.
Man, there's all sorts of information to get from this. Okay, so did they imply that they got a drink there together? Or that Simon himself got a drink there by himself? Red Sly Fox, hello, nice to see you here. We're just playing a little game. It's called Her Story. It's a pretty famous game from about 10 years ago. And we're just trying to solve a murder by watching this woman's interview footage.
Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games. You know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing.
Okay, so what is this Amstrad thing?
Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games. You know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing.
Okay, Tattletale says 24/7 Viking music. They have live chat. They said someone from France. Oh, okay. Ah, all right. Okay. Sounds like a clue. Well, that's another key search term that we can look for later on. There's one more video to watch here in this one. SysOS says Amstrad was a home computer brand from the 1980s. Was it popular in Europe? Because I've never heard of that one, and I know about a few different computers that were popular in North America. It might have been like a European brand. Not sure.
Simon isn't the type to run off or do anything crazy. Someone must have done something to him, or there must have been some kind of accident. So what do we do next?
Okay, so we can, well, I mean, we could search for that Amstrad computer. Okay, here's one. I guess this is the one that we watched before.
Yes, there's an Amstrad one. No one uses it for very much. There's a printer so you can write letters on it. Simon sometimes plays games. You know, climb the tower, save the princess, that kind of thing.
Okay, so we found a couple of other search terms, like the Rockington Arms. There's only one for this one, which we've already seen. Okay, and what about the glass manufacturer that Simon works for? So Ernst Brothers Glass? Okay, so only one.
Simon Smith. He works at Ernst Brothers Glass. They do windows, all kinds of glass. Simon does the more special work, mirror making, feature windows, artistic things, really beautiful things.
Okay, how about, they talked about a holiday in Rome. Just one. Okay. So no murder weapon. Simon Smith. So I guess Simon Smith is the name of our murder victim. And we only get one hit. Okay, and 61 entries found if we just search for Simon. We can also we've got our query history here. Dang, that's bright. And we can refine our search, video subtitles, anti-glare filter. Oh. I mean, everybody let me know if you like the filter or if you don't like the filter. So this is without the filter, and this is with the filter. Okay, so let me know if you like the filter or not. Trash Dragon says Simon's body was not found. Yeah, that's I mean that's an interesting detail. Okay, compression makes the filter painful. Compression makes the filter painful. Okay, so we'll turn off the filter, and that makes it maybe a little bit easier to look at. So we got the, I mean, this is the database checker. What is this? One volume missing? I mean, this is some sort of puzzle that we have to solve later, I guess. Without filter is good. 9 and 9. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so what else could we search for? So Simon... murder? Murder weapon. Okay, so we've already seen this.
I'd like to speak to a lawyer now. Please. You have no murder weapon. You have nothing. And all these stories we've been telling each other. Just that. Stories.
Okay, so she seems kind of guilty in that clip. So what about mentions of a lawyer? Ah, okay. So there's more mentions of lawyer. Let's take a look.
Can I leave? Are you going to arrest me? No. They'd laugh you out of the building. A lawyer would make mincemeat of you.
Okay, so she mentions an arrest. Maybe we can search for that later. What's this?
Yes, I understand my rights. No, I don't need a lawyer.
Doesn't need a lawyer. Okay.
Yes, no lawyer. What are you going to arrest me for?
Okay, so arrest. Ah, we've got some new stuff.
Can you arrest someone who doesn't exist?
Two more.
This is a nice of them. Is this where you take people when it's time to arrest them? Like I said, I think I was popping out to get something, ran out of something, had to grab something. I sometimes drive too fast. If you want, you can arrest me for that.
Okay, so let's go back and search for some other search terms. So the Rockington Arms was like the bar they talked about. Peter and Susan were mentioned to be the owners of the bar. We only have one for that, and we've seen that one before. There's also Helen the barmaid, who's at the Rockington Arms. Okay, there's an extra clip for this one.
No. I think he spoke to Helen. She said he was upset about her argument, but I'm not sure what else he said. He likes Helen. He likes blondes.
Okay, he likes Helen, he likes blondes. Alright. What about blonde? Okay, so more... Why does she play a guitar?
Could the hairs have come from somewhere else? I mean, could they... We have a lot of dolls in the attic. There's a Rapunzel doll with long blonde hair. Could they have come from there?
Okay, so that gave us dolls in attic and maybe hair. What about this one?
This other person doesn't exist. I don't know what the blonde wig is, but it could be anything. Have you looked at the cat flap?
Cat flap? Or maybe a cat? Alright. Why is she playing guitar?
You want me to play something? I'm not the world's greatest guitar player. Okay. Probably needs tuning. No, it's okay. How about a traditional ballad? Should be right up your street. Sisters came walking by the sea. Oh, the wind and the rain. The eldest one pushed the other one in. Oh, the dreadful wind and rain. See, they Both had a love for the captain's son, or the wind and the rain, but he only cared for the youngest one, all the dreadful wind. Oh, the eldest envied her sister fair, oh, the wind and the rain, with a pretty little face and a long blonde hair, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. So she pushed her in and held her down, oh, the wind and the rain, watched her as she slowly drowned, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Oh, she floated up and she floated down, oh, the wind and the rain, floated till a ship came by, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. Out comes the captain's son, oh, the wind and the rain, Father dear here swims and swan, oh, the dreadful wind and rain. And then it gets really weird, so I think that's a good place to stop.
Okay, so we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're just going to take a little break and watch the birds. And I also get an opportunity to have a little bit of water. So enjoy this bird having some peanuts. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, so I think all of the evidence points to the fact that she did it. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. We should probably watch more of these clips. We got a bunch of different keywords that we got from our conversations here. So something about the attic. Okay, so lots of conversations about the attic here. What's going on?
Yes. I inherited it from my parents, so it made sense to move back. Me and Simon. Felt like going back to old ways before the pregnancy. Reminded me of being a girl, a dollhouse in the attic, old things. We didn't sleep in my parents' bedroom for a long time. We decorated it as soon as we moved in, but it was another year before we started sleeping there.
Okay, Red Sly Fox says, I don't know if a lawyer would agree. I think we haven't been watching for very long, so I guess we should probably watch more of these clips before we come to some sort of conclusion about this. So more stuff about the attic?
Yes. I read a lot as a child and watched lots of TV. Then the doll's house we had, we still have in the attic. It's kind of a fairy castle. We used to play out there and make up our own stories.
Okay.
She recognised me from the window. She told me to come inside, and she hid me. They had made the attic into a place where Hannah could play. There was a dollhouse. She hid me up there. No one else ever went into the attic. It was her place.
Hello, Kiwi. Nice to see you here. You missed my live streams. Wait. What's this music playing? You can hear the music too, right? It's piano. Oh, good. I thought I was going crazy there for a second. Okay, we've got one more attic-related clip to watch.
I'm not sure where the dollhouse came from. I don't know if it was given to them or they inherited it. I mean, they wouldn't have had the money to buy it. It was so huge. It must have been taken up to the attic in parts and then reassembled up there. It's a beautiful thing. Wallpaper to scale, little furniture, the lights work, mirrors, beds, big duvets and pillows. We spent hours and hours playing in it, invented all these characters and families who lived there. We wrote paperwork for them all, passports, diaries, and gave them all really elaborate stories. Once, a moth got trapped in there. We'd left a light on. It was making the most horrendous noise. We tried to kill it, but it was tough. We ended up crushing it under a copy of the Arabian Nights.
Okay, so she mentioned something about a person named Hannah. So let's see if we can find some other stuff related to that. Okay, I wonder who this Hannah person is.
My name is Hannah. H-A-N-N-A-H. It's palindrome. It reads the same backwards as forwards. It doesn't work numeric though, it's not quite symmetrical, but well, I mean, you get the idea. Sorry. Hannah Smith, I live at 31 Gladstone Street.
Okay, and Kiwi, how are you? I'm doing okay. We're just playing a little game, and then we're gonna be doing demonstrations from the TryHackMe Hacker Holiday event, and then we're gonna be doing a lot of binary exploitation stuff. So stay tuned for that if that's something you're interested in watching. Okay, so she is Hannah Smith, and she mentioned her address. We might as well note it down. Let's play it again.
My name is Hannah. H-A...
Palindrome.
At 31 Gladstone Street.
31 Gladstone Street, okay. Okay, and that's... Oh, we've got a lot of these clips related to her.
What are you doing? I'm talking about you.
Okay, so this one will, I think there's some sort of Morse code pattern that she was tapping out with her fingers. I'll just mark it off for now. And will it save the user tags? Well, I'm just gonna trust that it does. Okay, it does, great. So what else about her name, Hannah?
Yes, my name is Hannah Smith. Oh, shit. Sorry.
Okay, was that Morse's signal? Morse code. Morse code. So she was it sounded like she was tapping out Morse code, but we'll have to come back to it later. Because we got a lot of stuff to investigate here.
Across the road, where my parents first lived there, was a midwife called Florence. When Hannah was born, I was born at the same time. The midwife was there to help. I'd been throttled by the cord, probably wrapped around my neck by Hannah. The midwife told my mother I was dead. But I wasn't. She wrote all this stuff in a diary. Amazing what people will admit to on paper.
So she mentions Hannah as like as a person who tried to hurt her. We can convert it into correct words. Correct words. Yeah, we can. We definitely can. I need to come back to it later though, because there's way too much to watch right now. So Hannah, she's Hannah, but Hannah's also some sort of imaginary friend, or like alternate persona. I'm not sure. So she also mentioned that she was pregnant at some time. Pregnant. How do you spell pregnancy? Like this? Okay, there's one more clip where she... Are they twins? She said her name was Hannah in the last video. Yeah, but she said that Hannah was another person. So, I mean, she might have had a twin, but they can't both be named Hannah, because that doesn't make any sense. But what about this pregnancy?
Hannah had a miscarriage. This was late in the pregnancy and it left her infertile. Felt like the universe had corrected its course. We were aligned again. But Hannah and Simon were still living with his parents. They were married. Simon had a job at the Glaziers now. Eric had given him a full-time position after he left school. And then...
Kiwi says, is it possible that every video begins with a sentence you can piece together, or is that unlikely? I mean, I'm not sure. There might be something like that for like a certain set of videos, but for every video that would be a bit unlikely. So they mentioned another person named Eric. Is that maybe Simon's brother or something? Okay, lots of videos about Eric.
He was wearing a shirt, a blue turtleneck shirt and jeans. He has a watch. It's a really nice one. That was a gift from his boss, Eric. He had his coat, a long grey duffel coat, like Paddington Bear. He would have taken that with him. It's not in the house.
Okay, so Eric is Simon's boss.
So, it was Friday evening. We had an argument. He left. On Saturday, he didn't come back. I waited all day. He was supposed to go help Eric out with something on the Saturday afternoon. They had a job, but he didn't show. So Eric was ringing on the phone. I checked at the Rock, that's our local. They said they'd seen him on the Friday night, but not since. He still wasn't back this morning. It just isn't like him at all. Still not back by dinner time. It's getting dark again. So I decided to come and see you. His parents haven't heard anything either.
Okay, so a few more.
Yes, there's a car that we share, a Cavalier, and a van he uses for work. It's owned by Eric, but we look after it. Both of them are there now, parked on the street. I'm not sure about the keys for the van. I can look for you when I get back.
So there's some vehicles involved. There's a car and a van. The make of the car is a Cavalier.
Yes, that would be in his wallet. It's a Visa, a silver one. He doesn't like to spend money he doesn't have, so he usually pays with cash, but Eric convinced him to get one.
He's got a credit card.
Eric was like an uncle to him. They were pretty close. They spend a lot of time with each other, especially when they have to go to conferences. Have you met his wife, Diane?
So Diane is Eric's wife, and they go to conferences. Okay, so we got a bunch of stuff to look up. How about Diana? So 2 mentions of Diana. So this is Eric's wife. So I don't want the person's job who records these. Well, I mean, it probably took a long time to do.
Yeah, we were 17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long, though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car.
Okay, Trash Dragon says, I think the girl wearing the white shirt is probably Eve. Eve. Yeah, we need to look up Eve as well. So are you saying that that this lady that we're interviewing is Eve and not Hannah? Because she takes a lie detector test saying that she's Hannah.
There were always princes and princesses. They were the special people, more important than the other characters in their stories. We knew we were like that. Twins. Magical. We were the princesses. We had a poster of Princess Diana from the newspaper up in our attic. Had a pride of place. And underneath we used to put all our special things. When her engagement was announced, we were obsessed with everything she did. And later, when her life went so bad, we felt for her. Her divorce last year just kind of drew a line under things.
Okay, so that's it for this thread. So who is this Eve person? 7 entries found, access limited to first 5 entries. Okay. Who's Eve?
Well, my friend Eve. I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid. And she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes.
So, okay. So, Trash Dragon, you're saying that there's more than one person that's being interviewed? So they're twins. So they're twins and they're being interviewed. One of them is called Hannah and the other one is called something else. But she says that Eve is her friend. Wait, let's do that one more time.
Well, my friend Eve. I mean, she was a friend from when I was a kid. And she was always more popular with the boys, and I used to hate her for it. I mean, really hate her sometimes.
Her friend is Eve. So, I mean, that wouldn't really make sense that her twin is also her friend. Well, let's keep on watching.
Yes. We'd fight. We fought on the beach once, and I held Eve's head underwater. There was no one else around. It was at the far end of the beach, and I held her head under, and I kept it under. And for a moment, I just wanted to kill her and watch her drown. But that was it. It was just a moment. We made up after. It was a love-hate relationship.
Okay, so what Trash Dragon is talking about, like these might be two different people, maybe twins. It kind of it might be true, because in some of the video clips you can see the woman has a tattoo, and like a tattoo on her arm, and in other video clips she doesn't have a tattoo. But we need to pay attention to clips where we can actually see her arm. SysOS says, or two personalities. It could also be like a multiple personality disorder kind of thing. But let's keep on watching.
A police station. Yeah. When I was young, we ran away on my birthday. Bob Dylan was playing in London, and we thought we could break into his tour bus and have him take us with him. The taxi driver we paid to drop us off, I mean, we'd saved money, pinched a bit here and there to pay for the fare. He was suspicious because we were so young, so he told the police. So they came and picked us up and took me back to Portsmouth. My mum picked me up from the station. But I blamed everything on my friend Eve, so my parents let me off.
Okay, so I think we're to understand that Eve is her friend and not her twin.
My mother called me Eve.
What? My mother called me Eve? How about Eve and Mother? Because that might be... Okay, just one for Eve and Mother. Some English thrill issue. Thrill issue, so Eve, Mother, Eve, Friend. Okay, there's a new one over here.
Mum and Dad had never had any reason to notice. They were always busy. If Hannah was eating a lot, they didn't mind. She didn't put on any weight. That girl has a healthy appetite. If they heard us talking in the attic, they just thought it was Hannah playing one of her games, and that Eve was our imaginary friend. Once, she was already up and dressed and ready to go to school, and I snuck down for a piss. Mum saw me in my underwear, she went mad. Get dressed this instant! So I ducked into our bedroom, and seconds later, out came Hannah, dressed and ready. My mum was amazed.
Okay, so Eve is definitely their friend. Whether or not she's like an imaginary person, we're not sure. They mentioned the city that they lived in. It's like Portsmouth. Okay, that's the only mention of Portsmouth. So they seem to put an emphasis on the term princess. Yeah, there's a bunch of princess entries here.
It wasn't the present so much, it was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
Okay, so she doesn't have a tattoo.
It wasn't the present so much, it was one of those arguments that had been simmering for a while. The present was a mirror, a nice mirror. He'd engraved the glass, the kind of mirror a princess would have in a story. He made it specially for me.
So we need to figure out who the woman with the tattoo is, and who the woman without the tattoo is. So this person has a tattoo. So let's... tattoo.
Yeah.
This person has a
We were
tattoo.
17. It was a nice wedding, people said. Simon looked very handsome in the photos. His parents paid for everything, but he's an only child, so it was important to them. It was what they called a shotgun wedding, but if you looked at the photos, you couldn't tell. The dress was beautiful. It looked like Princess Diana's. The train wasn't quite as long though. There's a great photo of the bridesmaid helping to carry it out of the car.
So is the tattoo person married to Simon? Because from this clip, it kind of implies that she was getting married. Let's continue. So this is all clips to do with princesses?
Let me see. Yes. I drove in here because I remember, well, I went over the river. And then there was a church. There. Yeah. And I probably parked... Well, I remember seeing a street sign called Princess Street. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it must be this one. There.
This one.
We were obsessed with fairy tales. Not just the pretty, pretty ones, but the traditional ones. They were dark and real, bizarre and violent. Felt like life. We had this huge old book that I think Mum must have bought from a library sale. The illustrations had thin tracing paper over them to protect them. They were in colour, shiny plates. At the front of the book was an index of illustrations. We read that more than the actual stories. We'd read aloud the captions and flip between the pictures. There was something intimate about peeling back the tracing paper, undressing the pictures. Rapunzel's hair is cut. The eagle plucks out his heart. The princess pricks her finger.
Okay, so we need to figure out who the lady with the tattoo is and who the lady without the tattoo is. Because one of them's going to be Hannah, and one of them's going to be... I'm not too sure what the name would be. Alright, what are some other search terms? So they talk about taxi drivers and bridesmaids and weddings. So there's only one mention of pregnancy, though. Well, there's two mentions of pregnancy. How about the divorce? Only one mention of divorce. And there was somebody named Florence that they mentioned. Okay, a bunch. So just 5 for Florence. So who's Florence?
Florence took me home with her. Mother hadn't been expecting twins and had a healthy baby. I guess she was just happy for Florence to clean up. Take away the evidence that this was anything but a happy occasion.
So is Florence the midwife? Let's continue.
Florence raised me in her home. I never left it. She kept me out of sight. It wasn't odd for people to see a midwife with a baby, carrying in supplies, washing nappies, that sort of thing. I never knew any different. I grew up looking out of my window and seeing her across the road. I thought it was like a reflection in the mirror. She was me.
Oh man. Okay, let's keep on going down this thread.
Florence was a warm, kind person. But she was broken, I guess. When I found her diary, I also found a biscuit tin with other stuff in it. Older papers, letters, that kind of thing. Her story wasn't there. I never really spoke to her about it. I was far too young to really understand, I guess. I just put it together later. once I was older. She had loved children, planned to have a large family, but her husband died in the war. And that was back when you married for life. She never felt like she could marry again. Isn't that strange? She was a widow from her 20s. But, I mean, I guess it was different then. You know, you married for life and she felt she could never marry again. I guess it was harder, a war widow. One of the dead. I don't know, maybe there was more to it than that. I don't really know.
Okay, and one more talking about this midwife, Florence.
No, it was just me and her. Eve was the name they were going to call their first child. They talked about it and were going to try when he came back. Florence's family had a history of firstborn girls, so they were convinced it was going to be a girl. It's hard to know if this is all true. These are stories I remember, that I read when I was a child. Maybe I misread, maybe I misunderstood. Sometimes it's hard to remember what happened last week.
Okay, so the other thing we need to take a note of is that there are different interview rooms, and I guess if we can nail down who is being interviewed in which room, this might help us. So there's interview room B, and these are all interview room B. So we need to take a note of the different locations. So INT room B, and then maybe some other ones. So they often mention a mirror. 11 entries found, okay. So there's also the MT room. Let's take a look at one of these clips. MT room 3.
The mirror. I can't remember. I put it somewhere safe. Upstairs, I think. I haven't looked at it since.
Okay, so a mirror.
Silverleaf? No. He normally silvers them properly. This mirror, it's supposed to look antique. The reflection isn't as good. It's the perfect mirror for someone who doesn't like to look at their own reflection.
Pretzel Pete, hello, nice to see you here. What's up? We're playing this game called Her Story. We're trying to figure out a murderer. So some guy named Simon was murdered, and we think that there might be twins that we're interviewing, and we're getting different stories from each of them. And thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube, Pretzel Pete. Thank you very much. Is it a movie? No, it's a game. It's called Her Story. The name of the game is up at the top left of the overlay. Yeah, we don't know what exactly is going on. So Silver Leaf, that's the only mention. So what about Silver, just Silver? Okay, there's an extra one here.
Look, on his clothes, that would make sense. He made it. By hand. I mean, he brushes the silver onto the glass. That's not how they make mirrors these days. I mean, he made the mirror, and he gave it to me.
Okay. So we talked about the dollhouse. We talked about... oh, miscarriage. I mean, that's kind of a term with a lot of weight. Oh, they talk about this miscarriage a lot. Okay. All right, let's get started.
No. I lost the baby. I had a miscarriage at 8 months. We carried on living at Simon's parents until, well, it was only a few months after.
So the non-tattoo lady had a miscarriage at 8 months. It's pretty deep for after school. Well, I mean, you know, when you start doing like true crime stuff, I guess this is like a true crime type game, you get into some heavy topics. All right.
Then my parents died. It was the worst year of my life. A miscarriage and then my parents.
Miscarriage, parents, okay.
Yeah. They'd gone to bed feeling ill, thinking it was flu or something. The neighbour called me, I had to use my key to let them in. We found them dead in their bed. And they'd been there for days, no one had noticed. Just awful. It was so soon after my miscarriage, the worst year of my life. I'd been so happy to get married, and after that it was just like, fuck.
Nullsec, hey, yeah, this is, well, I mean, they filmed all of the real footage for this game. It's called Her Story, and the name of the game is up at the top left of the overlay. And I think I might play this game on one of the more casual streams, because we only have a little bit of time left for this one. It seems like a pretty intriguing little story. What in the world are we doing here? CypherLogic, hello, nice to see you here. We're just wrapping up our game segment. We're playing Her Story, which is kind of like I guess it's kind of like a forensics game. You're trying to piece together a mystery from all these video clips. Okay, let me finish off watching this story. So the miscarriage happens and her parents die. Let me just record this. Parents die shortly after miscarriage. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I was infertile. Thought I was. They told me I was infertile after the miscarriage because of complications.
Infertility, okay. CypherLogic says it was Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick. I thought it was Miss Scarlet in the drawing room with the revolver. But yeah, okay. So that's all we have. That's all the time we have for today for the game. I think I might play this on Sunday, or I might play it on Tuesday. I guess we'll see where we can fit it in. But let's go ahead and close out the topic. And we'll move on to our demonstrations. So topic 1 is done, topic 2 is here, topic 3 is on deck. And while we do the topic, I might as well put on a little bit of music. Okay. Don't want it too loud. So the second topic, we're going to be doing demonstrations from TryHackMe Hacker Holidays. Red Sly Fox. Was it hard to watch the game? Anyways. So Hacker Holidays is over here. It's an event from TryHackMe. They wrapped it up yesterday apparently. And it's 14 days of Oh, do we not have access to the Hacker Holidays anymore? Hold on, let me see if I can look this up. So what are the names of these challenges? Maybe I can look up the names of the challenges. So this is day 3. and it's called Complementary. Might close for a while. Maybe they open them back up later. I have all the links if you need. Yeah, I mean, I've got the links too. Let me see if they actually let me access them. Or if they're unavailable. Ah, it looks like they're unavailable right now. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to start early with our binary exploitation topic because I can't do my demos. Oh well. I guess I should have done them earlier. Alright, so we're gonna skip topic number 2 and we're gonna move on to topic number 3. But let's put 2 hours for our next topic then. Yeah, they might bring the rooms back online in a few days, but we can't do the demos right now. Okay, so if anybody's interested in the game we were playing, Horror Story, the Steam link is over here, and it's not very expensive. Let's take a look. So it is $13 Canadian, which is probably going to be something like, I don't know, something like $10 American or 8 euros, but it's not super expensive. All right. Okay, so we're going to start into our HackerFrogs AfterSchool topic. Let's go ahead and bring that up. So topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. So we're going to be talking about buffer overflow stuff, and we're going to be talking about shell coding. So this is going to be a little bit more freeform because I really haven't come up with a proper lesson for this topic. But we're going to be talking about a bunch of challenges from Over the Wire. Over here, Over the Wire Narnia. So Over the Wire Narnia is yeah, her story on Steam. Yeah. So Over the Wire Narnia is a binary exploitation game. So it's basically a bunch of binary exploitation challenges. I guess since we don't have to do the demos, we can spend a lot of time talking about this. So let's read the description. So Narnia is a war game that has been rescued from blah blah blah. Okay, so the difficulty, they say this is supposed to be 2 out of 10 difficulty. Well, I mean, I guess it's 2 out of 10 difficulty if you know all about binary exploitation. There's supposed to be 10 levels, so from 0 to 9. Okay, so this war game is for the ones who want to learn basic exploitation. You can find common bugs in this game, and we've tried to make them easy to exploit. You're provided with the source code for each level, and to make it easier for you to spot the vuln, and what else? Abuse it. The difficulty of this game is somewhere between Leviathan and Behemoth. Some of the levels could be quite tricky. Okay, so the way we access this game is through SSH. So they should give us the link for accessing the challenge over here. So the host that we're going to be contacting is Narnia Labs. narnia.labs.overthatwire.org on port 2226. So for the first level, the username and password is both Narnia0. And I invite everybody to try this out themselves. We're going to be accessing it through our terminal over here. So I'll call this Narnia Game Terminal. So what was that? Narnia Labs overthewire.org on port 2226. So the full SSH command is this one over here. And the password is Narnia0. What are we doing? We're doing a binary exploitation exercise. So I'm going to go through these binary exploitation exercises. I think all of them are in like the Narnia directory. Yeah, so all of the challenges are in here. So the goal of each one of these challenges is to exploit the binary. Well, take a look at the source code, exploit the binary, and then get access to the next level, and then get the password. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to take a look at the source code that we're dealing with. So Narnia0.c. And I've actually got a little walkthrough for this challenge over here. Let me go and bring it up. I'll share it with everybody. Okay, so the concept for this challenge is variable overwrite via buffer overflow. So there is a buffer overflow vulnerability on this binary, and we need to use it to overwrite a variable inside the program in order to have it execute our code. Well, in order to have it do something, right? So let's take a look at the code in a code editor. We'll make a directory for this. Narnia. And this is Narnia0.c. Okay, so what's going on in this program? So this is a C program, and there's a bunch of variables and some other things that we need to pay attention to. So the first one is this long value over here. So the value is basically like a number. It's hex 41414141, and if you know ASCII code, this is 1, 2, 3. This is 4 A's, 4 capital letter A's. We also have a string buffer called buff, which is 20 bytes large. It prints out a little message: correct Val's value from hex 41414141 to hex dead beef. So hex dead beef, these are bytes. We need to replace this value here. So 41414141, we need to replace it with the bytes for dead beef. So it's EF, BE, AD, and then DE in hexadecimal. And then it does a scanf, which is going to take in user input, and it's going to assign it to the buffer array over here. And we know the buffer array is 20 bytes large. Okay, and then over here, there's a little if condition. So if the value is equal to hex dead beef, then it's going to run these functions, which change the effective user ID probably to the next user, so Narnia1, and then it's going to open up a shell with the system function over here. So system run bin sh, otherwise it prints way off and then it exits. So essentially what we need to do is we need to do a buffer overflow to overwrite the value of the val variable over here. So we can do this because scanf, this function here, is going to write into the buff buffer. And the buff buffer is 20 bytes large. But the scanf function doesn't, okay, let's talk about it over here. So Narnia 0. Variable overwrite via buffer overflow. So the reason why this binary is vulnerable because it uses the scanf function to take user input. The scanf function is insecure or is memory unsafe because it doesn't check the size of the destination the destination buffer it's copying into. So for Narnia 0, scanf is taking user input and saving it to buff. The buff array is being written to. The buff array is 20 bytes large, as we can see over here. So character array buff is 20 bytes. So if we send user input in excess of 20 bytes, it's going to overflow. Weekly Pickup says, "Hey Shyhack, I don't know if you care, but I was recently made aware that Twitch is auto-opting everyone into training their generative AI. Oh really? You can opt out in the settings under security and privacy? Thank you for letting me know about that, Weekly Pickup. I'll look into it after the stream is over." So opt out of Gen AI training in Twitch settings. Okay, Narnia better pick than Gross Stupid Golem? I mean, I'm not too sure about that. Trash Dragon says it only allows 24 bytes, I think, and the buffs is of size 20. Only allows 24 bytes. Oh, 24 bytes. Yeah, so the value is going to be hexadecimal 8. Wait, no. Okay. So yeah, we need to pay attention over here. So scanf takes in a maximum of 24, a string that is of length 24, but buff is only 20 large. So there's the potential to overflow by 4 bytes. Okay, let me take a look at my notes. So in the binary, the val variable is set to this over here, so 4 A's. If the val variable is set to dead beef, then the sh binary is run with the permissions of the file owner, which is Narnia1. If we can get access as Narnia1, we can read their password and get access to the next level. So the buff variable, which holds our user input, has a maximum size of 20 characters. Okay, so thank you for the link, says OS Master. Let me grab that link. I'll look at it after the stream is over. Okay. Use a Dungeons and Dragons reference to convince me. Narnia better pick than Gross Stupid Golem. I mean, which Dungeons and Dragons reference do I need to give you? Okay, so from testing we can see that even sending 20 characters will overflow a null byte into the val variable. Okay, so I guess we need to go ahead and start our testing. So over here on the game terminal, we can use everybody needs to set it for themselves as well. Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of a dirty move to make everybody automatically opt in, and to make opt out the, to make opt in the default action. Okay, so we're gonna use Radare 2 in debug mode on Narnia 0. Okay, so after we've gotten into Radare 2, we will analyze the binary. Okay, yeah, Tattletale, you can not tell me anything you want. So the main function, well, we know what the program does. What we need to do is we need to find out what's in the val variable. So the val variable seems to be this one, so var8h. And I think we can set a breakpoint for after our user input is taken in. So let's see. So scanf happens here. So we'll set a breakpoint for immediately after the scanf over here. So we'll just copy this address. Okay, what looks better, a fairy or a frog? I'm not too sure. Whatever you like. Who will teach them birds? Who will teach them birds? I guess I will. Okay, so we set the breakpoint over here, and then we'll run the program. So correct val's value from this to dead beef. So here's your chance. So we know that the buffer is 20 bytes large. So we'll put in 20 bytes. Okay, and so this is 20 bytes. So we see here that, did we hit the breakpoint? It didn't say. But let's take a look at the variables. So there's a variable here at base pointer minus hex 8. This is probably where we have the val variable. So we'll go ahead and take a look at what's in there right now. Okay. So like what I talked about in my notes, so the first A of the 4 A's has been overridden because the last thing we sent in our string was a 0. Well, this isn't the 0, this is the null byte from sending the string. So all of the strings in C are terminated with a null byte. So this is our null byte over here. So what we need to do now is we just need to replace the rest of these characters by sending in 4 more bytes. Or is it a null? Yeah, it's a null. It's a null. So hexadecimal 00. Okay, Trash Dragon says, I think we need to see the distance in address between the var1ch, where the input is stored, and the val. So I'm pretty sure we directly get into the val variable over here, or the val buffer. So we'll reset the program, OOD, and then we'll run the program again. So here's your chance. So we'll do our 20 bytes, and then we'll send a bunch of B's instead of A's. So capital B 4 times. Okay, and then we hit the breakpoint. So from here, we'll take a look at EBP minus hex 8. And we'll take a look at what's in the buffer. So in the buffer, it's got our B's over here. So B, 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 B. So we're controlling it right now. So we're going to play with pwn tools. We'll be playing with pwn tools a little bit later when we start doing our shell coding. So I think starting in the next challenge, we're supposed to write some shell code. Actually, maybe not the next one. Maybe a couple of levels later. Okay, so let me take a look at the notes. So from testing, we see that even sending 20 characters will overflow a null byte character into the val variable. So this payload will get our interactive shell as the Narnia 1 user. So I wrote these notes like half a year ago, and back then I was still using a lot of Perl to get my bytes into the system. So we're using Perl to print out 20 A's, and then the bytes for dead beef. You can see here we have to put them in backwards because we're dealing with a little endian byte order binary. So DE, and then EA, then AD, then BE, then EF. So we run that, and then we terminate the command, and then we run the cat command, and then we pipe it into Narnia 0. So as we can see in the notes, we're using Perl to send a number of A characters to fill the buffer, then append the desired hex bytes dead beef. The reason why we're sending the bytes in reverse order is because the binary uses little endian byte order, and the reason why we need to send the cat command in the wrapper with the Perl command is because we need to keep the standard in, or the standard input of the shell open, so that we can send commands to the shell. So let's go ahead and use our payload over here. inside this terminal. So we're not going to be debugging this anymore. Better use live beef or PETA will complain. I mean, I don't know how many members of PETA are doing a lot of binary exploitation. I'm not saying they can't, it's that I don't know any. Okay, so we run the command. This will send the correct bytes into the Narnia 0 binary. Okay? So it says, here's your chance, so we send a bunch of A's and then some unprintable characters. And the value is now dead beef, so if we ask who am I? Hold on. This worked 6 months ago, but why isn't it working now? Alright, let's try sending an extra character. It might be looking for us to send like a new line character. So hex 0A. Okay, that worked. We didn't send the new line character, was the problem. Alright, so here's the here's my payload. So we're Narnia 1, and we'll go ahead and go over to the Narnia past directory. So on this game, I think in the etc directory, there's a Narnia past directory where we can get the passwords for the users after we get access. So cat etc Narnia pass Narnia 1. Why are we not able to read that? Oh, okay. Why does it... Alright, we're gonna have to record this password, because it's the password for the next level. Okay, so the thing about these games is that they do occasionally change the passwords, so we need to note these down. Okay, let's go to level 1. And yeah, so the password was changed. So I'll go in here and I'll edit in the new password. And then we'll access the new level. So the new level is... Okay, exit, get out. So that was the first level. That was the first level of this game. It's actually, it's not all that beginner friendly if you're coming at it from absolute zero. Okay, so Narnia 1, paste in the password, and we'll access the next one. So everything's in the Narnia directory. Okay, so the next challenge we need to do is we need to take advantage, we need to do the binary exploitation on Narnia 1. So I'll copy over all the code, and then we can examine it to figure out what we're supposed to be doing here. Okay, so it's actually a very short program, but there's some really interesting stuff going on here. So let's talk about what this program is doing. So obviously we're trying to find a way to exploit the binary to get control of the Narnia 2 user, because we're currently running as Narnia 1. We want to get the password for Narnia 2. So inside the main function here, there's a function pointer. So there's a function pointer for ret, which is defined up here. And there's also an if condition, so get env, so get environment variables, for the egg environment variable. If it's null, then that prints a little message, give me something to execute at the environment variable egg, and then the program exits. So if this comes back false, then it prints out a message trying to execute egg. Ret equals the pointer to get environment egg. So it's basically, it's getting the contents of the egg environment variable, and it's trying to execute it as a function with the ret function over here. Okay, so Trash Dragon says, I think we need to set an environment variable egg with our shellcode. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. So null6 says we need the pointer in the egg environment variable. Yeah, so basically what we need to do is we need to populate the egg environment variable with our shellcode, or whatever code we want to execute. So when you run the Narnia 1 binary, it executes the code in the egg environment variable. So let's talk about this. So this is Narnia 1, and the concept we need to understand here is we need to abuse the ret function, and the type of challenge this is ret2 shellcode. So ret2 shellcode, basically we run a function that runs our shellcode, and so the binary source code looks like this. The code uses the getEnv function, which retrieves the environment variable from the system. It also uses the ret function here, which executes instructions at the specified memory address. So since ret is using the value of getEnvironmentVariable egg, it will take in a memory address and execute the code there. If we put shellcode in the egg environment variable, the binary will execute it. So if we put in any old shellcode in there that executes bin.sh, it will give us a shell as the Narnia 1 user, which is not the target user. So the issue here is that the binary doesn't set the UID of the owner's UID before running the shellcode. So this is something that I discovered the hard way. Just putting in shellcode that runs bin.sh doesn't get you access. So you actually have to run shellcode that changes the UID before running the shell. Okay, so we need to run shellcode that explicitly sets the UID, and we got the shellcode from this page. So shellcode is, it's kind of an art unto itself, basically coming up with the efficient shellcode. But there's a lot of pre-cooked shellcode that you can use, and we're going to be using the shellcode from this website over here, shellstorm.org. Whoa, it doesn't exist anymore? Does the site? Oh, they took down the site. Wayback Machine. Maybe. Okay, so what is it called? Like Internet Wayback Machine.com? Did they take down the site? Okay, let's just search for it. Wayback Machine. Webarchive.org. Try Internet Archive. Okay, so we'll search for this site. Ah, doesn't fit. Encountering an error might be related to the search query. So shellstorm, maybe we just search for that. Okay. Well, I guess let me do a little bit of searching. Shellstorm.org. So shellcode repository. Okay, I mean, we might be able to find it on the GitHub repository over here. Whose GitHub repository is this? A collection of shellcode ripped straight from this Shellstorm database. We host this for easy access since Shellstorm cannot be reached with the Academy's intranet. The Academy's internet. Which Academy are we talking about? So this is going to be Linux shellcode. This is John Hammond. Oh, okay. I thought it was. I thought this was the user though. Okay, so this is Linux shellcode for x86. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is just x86, because this is not x86-64. Let me check. Okay, so we can run file on Narnia 1. Yeah, this is a 32-bit executable. So x86 shellcode. This is pretty... Okay, so UID. Maybe we'll search for that. I think this might be what we're talking about over here. The other thing we can do is we can just take a look at the write-up I have over here. So we got the shellcode from this page, but the page doesn't exist anymore. But basically, what we're doing on this level is we're porting over the shellcode into the environment variable. So let's talk about it over here. So exporting to egg, we run a Perl command and we print off a bunch of bytes. So the shellcode bytes are, well, let's split it off over here, say. So it's just it's a bunch of bytes that run particular commands, and I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know what we could do? We could put this in CyberChef, and it might be able to translate some of the shellcode for us. Okay, let's give that a try. So CyberChef. Okay, so these are the bytes. And what we're doing is... Isn't it compiled? I mean, it's not... I'm pretty sure the... Some of it is compiled and some of it isn't. Let's see. So we want to do like from hex. Yeah, and we can see there is some stuff we can read. So that it runs bin bash. It runs bin bash. The other thing about this particular bit of shellcode is that it does change your UID to the owner, to the file owners, before it runs the shell. So that's what we need to understand when we're coming into this, because in the challenge we run this command to create a value in the egg environment variable for our session over here. So print out the shellcode, store it in there, and then afterwards, when we take a look at, you know what, before I accidentally dox myself, I'm gonna do a little check, okay? So I'm gonna turn off my screen. Okay, and then we will take a look at environment variables. Is my IP address in there? No, my IP address is not in there. Hallelujah. Okay. Okay, so Good thing is that my IP address is not in the SSH client variable here. That's nice. Sometimes it really is. But we see here that the egg environment variable has our shellcode. So when we run Narnia 1, it'll execute this shellcode. It should set our UID to Narnia 2's and then open up a shell for us. Alright, so let's run Narnia 1. Okay, trying to execute egg. So we've got a bash console over here. We're running as Narnia 2, which is what we want. We're just gonna get the password from etc Narnia _ pass Narnia 2. Not a directory. Oh, why'd I try doing CD? Okay, so this is the password for the next level. Let me just record this. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we'll log into Narnia 2. And I also need to record the password for Narnia 2 for my notes. Where is it? Okay, so Narnia level 2. I need to update my password for this level? Yeah. Okay, so like the previous levels, the binary that we need to exploit is in the Narnia directory. Let's take a look at the source code for Narnia 2. Alright, so there's actually not very much to this program either. So what's going on in the program? So the main function takes in the arguments, so argc and argv, so the number of arguments you're sending to the binary along with the contents of it. They've got a buff character array, which is set to 128 bytes. And then we've got a little if condition. Let's make this text a little bit bigger. So if argc equals 1, so if you send only one argument to the binary, then it'll tell you how to use the binary. So usage, argument, so basically the name of the program, and then the argument, and then it exits. So this lets us know that we have to send an argument along with when we run the program. It runs this function right here, string copy. It takes in the argument we provide to the command, and then it copies it to the buff destination, which is a character array, which is 128 bytes. And then it prints out the buffer. So what's going on here? So obviously we need to do some binary exploitation. We probably need to do some buffer overflow. And what facilitates that? So the thing that facilitates the buffer overflow in this case is the string copy function. So we'll talk about this. So Trash Dragon says 128 bytes buffer, we can send an argument 1 of any size. Yeah, so there's our problem, right? So it's Narnia 2. So this is, I think this is a classic buffer overflow into overwrite IP register into shellcode, or into run the shellcode. Okay, and the reason why this is the vulnerable function. So string copy is a typical memory unsafe C function because it doesn't check the size of the destination buffer, which means you can overflow the destination buffer. So in this case, string copy copies into buff, and the buff array is of size, what was it, 128, I think? 128 bytes. Okay, so nullsec says, why did they leave these functions in the language? Because they didn't realize until they probably realized pretty soon after that these functions were unsafe, but they didn't replace them. You still see a lot of people using string copy, but if you're serious about making sure that the for simple examples, like these unsafe functions are fine, but they replaced most of these memory unsafe functions with memory safe functions. So for example, like string copy was replaced with string ncopy, which actually takes in like a number of bytes as an argument. And like scanf was replaced with, I'm not too sure what scanf was replaced with. But anyways, most of them were, it's only unsafe in specific usages. They have their uses. So, I mean, for basic programs, you don't need to really worry about it, especially for like education. But if you're going to be deploying these applications to production environments, you need to make sure that they're memory safe. Okay, so the buff array is of size 128 bytes. User input, which in this case is the program argument, in excess of 128 bytes will result in overflow. Make scanf safe by making a substring before scanning the data, for example. I mean, there are methods you can use to do secure coding. I probably need to teach myself how to do secure coding at some point. So what we need to do is we need to overflow the memory buffer until it reaches the IP register. So the IP register contains the memory address of the next instruction for the program. Okay, let me take a look at my notes. So in this case, we're doing stack buffer overflow via binary command arguments. We've got our code. So according to the source code, the program saves the command arguments to the buff variable. So our arguments are string copied. Argument 1 is going to be put into buff. The buff variable is allocated 128 bytes. So this means the user input in the binary command argument, if it exceeds 128 characters, will overflow the stack buffer and overflow into other memory addresses. So we can test how many bytes we need to send to the binary by creating a pattern out of the user input using the rag2 binary. So rag2 is one of these helper programs for binary exploitation. So for example, if we run it over here, it just creates a pattern that we can put into the program and look for. And if we're able to locate if we're able to locate this in the program, we could probably figure out how many characters we need to send as our offset to enter different memory registers. So I'm just going to copy this. We'll run Radare 2 in debug mode with Narnia 2 with our argument over here, which is our really long string. Okay, so now we're inside of the Radare 2 debugger. We'll analyze the binary, and then we'll take a look at the main function. So what we want to do is we want to identify where the buffer is located. So the buffer is probably located at... Oh, actually, there's a standard place where binary arguments are placed, and we talk about it over here. So we feed this command output into Radare 2's input to debug the binary. So we run, well, basically what we ran just now. So we run the binary, crash it, and see what value ends up in the EIP memory register. So we run the command. So we run the binary DC over here. So we crash the program. So we see that there's SIGSEG-V error, which is memory segmentation fault. And we see that, so this address right here was in the instruction pointer. In this case, it's the EIP. So here we see here that here are the memory registers and their values. So EIP contains this, and we can actually tell if our pattern enters the EIP by running a specific command. So it's going to be WAPO. It's like dr EIP. And then basically the command looks for a pattern offset. And we see here that the it comes back 132. So it's basically 132 bytes to enter into the EIP register, which has, well, if it has this if it has our pattern of bytes inside. So we can see here that the pattern of bytes also entered into the EBP register as well as the EIP register. So we know that the offset of bytes we need to send to the program is 132, and we can actually test this. Let me get out of here. So we'll run Perl and print off some characters. Hold on. Okay, so the Perl print command, let me just get that. Perl print A's, we're going to print 132 A's. Okay, so here's our 132 A's, but we're also going to append, we're going to append 4 B's to this, just so we can test to see if it enters the EIP register. So we'll print off the A's, and then we'll append to this B times 4. Okay, so we'll grab the entire string, then we'll go back and we'll run the Radare 2 debugger again. Okay, so we'll supply this as the command argument. So 132 A's followed by 4 B's. And then we run the program with DC. And we see here the EIP register has 4 B's. So 42 is hexadecimal for B. So we control the EIP register if we send an offset of 132, followed by our payload. Okay, so we'll talk about this in the write-up over here. So we know that the offset is 132. and we can use the same shellcode from the previous level to get a bash shell on this binary as well. So we'll use the same shellcode we used earlier. We need to keep in mind that the length of the shellcode is 33 bytes. So in this case, our payload is 33 bytes. We need to make some calculations. So in Radari 2, we can see where the command argument ends up in the memory stack. So we can take a look at the stack pointer minus 150, because we're sending 150 bytes. Well, we're not sending 150 bytes, but if we take a look at the stack pointer minus 150, the stack pointer is where our argument is placed. See, we can see that the first two A characters show up in the last portion of the memory address. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to run Perl, and we're going to run it with the shellcode here. The buff. Yeah, the buffer, right, the buff variable. Okay. So let's see, what was that? Command Perl. So 132 A's. Actually, wait. Maybe we just want to... We don't need to send the offset in this case. We're just going to send the shellcode. So this is... Ooh, that's not the shellcode. Okay, let me copy that shellcode. Nerdy Science, there's an ad missing this bit. Okay, let's take a little break and have a little bit of water. And I'll put on the birds. We'll be back in... We'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
We're back. Okay, we'll put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so I was just in the middle of copying our shellcode. So we're going to try printing out these bytes. Okay, so if we print out the bytes, this is what it looks like. So hold on. Do I talk about how we send this? Oh, okay. The way we send this is we do some command expansion. So we run Narnia 2, but we also send this the command expansion of this Perl command. Okay. So the Perl command is here. Oh, that looks weird. So we'll just wrap this all up in a couple of parentheses. And then we'll put a $sign in front here, and we'll run Radari 2 debug mode on Narnia 2 with this as the argument. So the argument is basically run the Perl command, render out the bytes, and then send it as the command argument to the Narnia 2 binary. Okay, and segmentation fault core dumped. It just crashed. Okay, let's reset the binary. Okay, and then we'll process. So it only sent the... Okay. Let's get out of here. We'll run it again. So I need to check my my payload. So Narnia to Perl print the thing. Okay. Analyze the binary. And then we'll take a look at the memory behind the stack pointer. So px at ESP minus 150 bytes. Okay, so our stuff, so the thing is empty. And Cat Lego, hello, nice to see you here. I'm new here. Awesome, awesome. We're just doing some binary exploitation right now. It's not super, I'll have to admit that it's not super beginner friendly. But what's your background, Cat Lego? Are you a cybersecurity student? Are you someone who's looking to get into cybersecurity? Are you working in the industry? Let me know what your background is. Okay, so let's take a look at the main function. We're probably just going to take a look right before the string copy here. So we'll set this as the breakpoint. Run the binary. And then we'll take a look at what's behind the stack pointer again. So behind the stack pointer, we actually have our payload. So we see the payload ends up behind the stack pointer over here. And we probably want to keep track of the memory addresses. Because what we want to do eventually is we want to put into the the instruction pointer, one of the memory addresses that we can have the instruction jump to that points to our shellcode. Whoever uses Perl still other than Linux kernel. I mean, we can use it for a few like very niche purposes, like writing up little shellcode over here, or like, you know, sending specific bytes. Okay, so okay. So we can see the first two A characters show up in the last portion of this memory address. It means we can put a couple of A characters in there to fill out the memory address, then put in the shellcode. Put the shellcode in this memory address, then fill the rest of the offset out until the EIP register, then put the memory address that we found in the EIP register to jump to the shellcode and execute it. So what we need to do is we need to calculate exactly how many bytes we're sending to the binary. So in this case, it's going to be 2 A's plus our shellcode, which is 33 bytes, and then 97 bytes of padding, and then our payload, which has the memory address, which is 4 bytes. Okay, Mako says, Farrah, the old computer 10x that devs do. What's the 10x language nowadays? Nullsec says Nim. Mako says Rust. Trash Dragon says, I think the offsets have changed since the last time you solved this. We need to add more A's in front till it reaches the RIP. Are we dealing with an RIP or an EIP? I'm pretty sure we're dealing with an EIP since it's 32 bytes. Hold on. Registers. Yeah, so this is a 32-bit binary. So we're dealing with like EIP instead of RIP. Okay, so let's see if the previous calculations still work. So we're sending 2 A's followed by our shellcode. So basically, we're using the 2 A's to get to a specific memory address. then we send the shellcode, then we send our padding, which is the rest of the offset. So we determined that the offset is like 132 bytes. So 97 plus 33 plus 2 should be 132 bytes. Yeah. So 2, 33, and 97, 132. Followed by 4, which is the payload, which is the memory address. So the memory address of where we put our payload. Cat Lego says, I'm still a student in cybersecurity. I just started this year. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that what kind of role do you want to aim for in cybersecurity, Cat Lego? Because I've got a handy-dandy little guide here, so get into cyber. The first thing you want to... I know that you just started studying cybersecurity this year, but I think an important question to ask yourself... I'm studying cybersecurity. That's like saying I want to work in the medical industry, because there's a lot of different jobs in cybersecurity. So most of the time when you study cybersecurity in university, the type of training they give you kind of orients you towards like doing a job as a SOC analyst. So that's defensive cybersecurity. But there's a lot of other different roles in cybersecurity as well. You might want to think about what kind of role you want to aim for, because not everybody is cut out to do SOC analyst work. So do you want to do like forensics, investigation, or do you want to do like malware analysis? Or maybe you want to do like network or web app pen testing? Or maybe you want to be like a malware researcher? So let me know what kind of job you want to aim for. Or if you don't know, definitely do some research and think about it, because you don't want to spend a lot of time doing education and training that's not oriented towards the type of role that you want to do in the industry. Okay, so where were we? Okay, actually, you know what? I just figured out why, what I'm actually trying to do inside my write-up, because I didn't do my write-up especially well. Let's get out of here. And we'll just print out all of our A's over here with Radare 2, and then we'll investigate the program, right? So, let's see. OD, run the program, it crashes. Actually, wait, let's get out of here. Run the program, it crashes. Okay, so when it crashes, what I want to do is I want to take a look at the place where we put our user input. So the user input is put in ESP minus 150. Okay, so this is what I was talking about in the notes. So in the notes, sorry, let's catch up with chat. Okay, let's see. Mako says, low-key I dig free DOS over Linux sometimes. Oh, I don't know what free DOS is. Okay, Tattletale says, aim for the ones who speak into a mic to make their malicious code. Okay, so when we sent this payload, we see that the memory over here includes, so the start of the memory is 2 A's. So 2 A's gets us into this memory address. So this memory address is where we can actually put our payload. So if we put 2 A's and then we put our payload after this, we can safely put our payload in this space right here, and we'll point to it in the IP register by putting in this memory address over here where our payload portion is. Okay, so in this space is our payload, and then the rest of the space is occupied by a bunch of offset, like maybe NOPs, no operations or something. Chrome War says, hey sir, if one is already a software engineer but with zero experience in cybersecurity, where would you suggest to start? So Chrome War, hello, nice to see you here. It really depends on what you want to do in cybersecurity. So you say you're working as a software engineer. That means you probably have, let's talk about this. So from a software engineer background, so obviously you know how to code apps. So if you know how to code apps, it's going to be much easier for you to learn about how to break security on apps. So if these are web apps, that means your easiest transition would be to go into web app testing, web app security testing. And, well, I mean, the question is, what kind of apps? What kind of apps were you developing? So Chrome War, let me know what kind of apps you were developing, and maybe I can better answer your question. So, yeah, so check out the link over here, so get into cyber. Okay, mainly Python, backend, and mobile. Backend and mobile, interesting. So I mean, there's also like a big market. There's a big market for mobile application pen testing as well. I've got a bunch of education links over here. You might want to take a look at those. So take a look at the Get Into Cyber website. Take a look at the education resources. It'll point you towards some places where you can start learning about different concepts. Where was I? Right. So basically, we're going to put in 2 A's into our payload, and then we're going to put in our shellcode. So after our shellcode, we're going to put in a bunch of offset characters, and then where the B's are over here, we're going to put the memory address that points to the shellcode that we're going to put over here. Okay, so 2 A's, and then our shellcode, and then our padding, and then our payload. And the total is going to be 136 bytes. So I've got the command that does all this over here. Oh, thank you very much for the 500 bits. Thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, Chrome War. Yeah, I mean, let me know what kind of stuff that you work on, and maybe I can better give you some advice. If you're an Unk, what is shy and Unk? I mean, I'm a pretty. I got into cybersecurity super late compared to everybody else. So what is the Perl command doing? So we print off the 2 A's, and then our shellcode is this. After the shellcode, we put in a bunch of padding, and the last part of the payload is the memory address that we want to access. So in this case, it's FF2DAA, and let's just check that that's the correct one. It's not the correct one. Wait. Let me check one more time. FFFF D2AA. So that's over here. Is this what we want to point to, though? Maybe. It really depends on if it's reading this way down or if it's reading this way up. And Grandpa Shy. Yeah, maybe one day. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Use Linux, tried for pen testing. Tried for pen testing. This is taking me back to Fravia's tutorials. What distro, which distro, and you can probably tell that I'm young. Are you using Linux Mint or something? Gen 2? Maybe. Okay, nice. I'm using Gen 2 right now. I'm a big Nix OS user. Oh, okay, okay. So I'm going to try sending this payload, and we'll see what happens if we actually get access to the thing or not. Okay. Get out, and then we'll grab the payload. So sometimes they do modify the binaries now and then. But we'll run our payload, illegal instruction core dumped. Okay, so apparently the memory address is not the same. So we need to get the new memory address. Let's go ahead and get that. Oh. We forgot to run the program. Okay. So after we crash the program, let's take a look at what's in the register there. So the new memory address that we need to jump to is this one. So FFFF-D25A. Okay, we can try making it A times 93. The offset was 132 bytes, and the payload size is 136 bytes. So it's 130. The total payload is 132 for the offset plus 4 for the payload. So the payload is what goes into the EIP, which we need to fill with the beginning of the shellcode, which is FFFF-D25A. So let me update that. So FFFF-D25A. So this is the only difference. The rest of the payload remains the same. Okay, and this is where we're going to start playing around with pwn tools, because we can also do the same kind of attack using pwn tools. Okay, Indonesia, Raya, hello, nice to see you here. Which address is that? Okay, run the thing. Segmentation fault. Core dumped. Segmentation fault, core dumped. But we didn't get... We should be... Well, okay, the goal is to become the Narnia 3 user, because we're currently doing Narnia level 2. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a little bit of debugging here. We'll run the command, but we'll also run Radare 2. Okay, we'll crash the program, and then we'll take a look at the argument. So ESP minus 50, 150. Okay, so this is our shellcode. So we filled out with 2 A's. Here's our shellcode. It's a different address. Okay, so it's a different address. So it's D24A now. D24A. Okay, let's record that. So it's D24A. But everything remains the same. Okay, let's get out of here. I wonder why this isn't working. So D24A. Let's go back in. Redirect to debug. Crash the program. Oh, we didn't crash the program. What the heck? Okay, so to expand my previous question, I worked mostly as a developer advocate for years, and now I'm doing a lot of AI engineering. But security has always been interesting to me, and I always liked the figure of the white hat hacker. With the recent wave of AI slop code, I think cyber will be one of the most interesting fields to work on. But it's really hard to know where to start. I will check the resources you shared, thanks. But yeah, I mean, if you're coming from, like I said, if you're coming from a software engineering background, you probably know how to write code for apps. You mentioned that you mostly work in Python. And I mean, knowing Python well is still a pretty good it's still a pretty big asset, because a lot of scripts for cybersecurity are written in Python. So if you're talking about development for web apps, you could do web app security testing as a way into the cybersecurity field. Your most important resource for learning about web app security is portswigger.net, which is a really big security company that manages the super popular web app security testing tool Burp Suite. And you'd find all of your information about testing for vulnerabilities over at the Web App Security Academy over here. Okay, so redirect to debug mode. Run the Narnia 2 binary. I think the problem here is that I'm running the commands too fast. SysOS Master says, knowing Python allowed me to make this pesky Python 2 script work for the box I'm doing. It's so useful. I mean, there's a lot of similarities between Python 2 and Python 3, but there's some important differences as well. You know, funnily enough, we're not crashing the program now. That's creating process and Panko, hello. Hi, can you do a Twitch.io Python stream? Twitch.io. What is Twitch.io? But anyways, everybody, we have a streamer in here. Let's give a shout out to Panko, who does cybersecurity streams. She also does a lot of 3D modeling streams as well. It's a Python library for Twitch, really? Python Twitch.io module. It's a powerful asynchronous Python library used to interact with Twitch API read chat logs. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let me take a look at this. Okay, but hey, Panko Panko, what are you up to? It's like super late where you are, right? Let me know. Okay, we're trying to do some binary hacking over here. So why is my program not crashing? Wait, did I send the wrong... Command not found calc.exe. Am I using the wrong payload? You're in the mines. Oh, okay, the 3D modeling mines? Oh yeah, right. Panko Panko, let me tell you about what we found out just now. So apparently Twitch is automatically opting everybody in. Twitch is opting in users to train their Gen AI model. If you want to opt out, you need to go into settings and uncheck a box, probably. Using a Windows payload on Linux? Panko says it's high quality human data. C. Ziegler, hello, nice to see you here. I bought an alpha Wi-Fi adapter, was going to learn Wireshark and also build a packet sniffer in C. A couple of fun learning projects. That sounds awesome. And 187 MDK, nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. But let me check the payload. I just want to check the payload to, you know, make sure I'm not going crazy. Where is the thing? Okay, so I'm just going to check the payload portion over at CyberChef. Yeah, this is a bin bash payload. Panko says, ooh, I stole a Wi-Fi adapter from a guy this month. Don't tell us about your crimes, Panko. Okay, so we run the program. It doesn't crash. That's so weird. Actually, log out, there are stopped jobs. There are stopped jobs. We were able to exit, so we were actually working inside of another shell. So maybe one of our payloads actually did work. Yeah. Wow. I think our payload worked. It's just that we didn't get access as the right user. We're going to assume that this was given willingly by the guy. Shellception. So I think I understand what happened there, right? So we did open a shell through BinX or Binary Exploitation, but not as Narnia 3, as Narnia 2, which means we were able to... Well, I mean, this is my guess. This is my hypothesis, right? Let's go back in. What's the password? Okay, So let's run the program. So we know that this one's not going to work, but I just want to make sure that I have the correct address for the payload here. Okay. Run the program. It crashes. But yeah, Panko, when do you think you'll have time to do another hacking stream? So maybe like, you know, CTF boxes, some hack the box. Most of the time you stream like, you know, doing 3D modeling, and that's fine, but that's fine, that's great. You have to make your money. It's just that we miss the days when you would do like CTF boxes and stuff. Anyways, so we crashed the program. Let's take a look at the user input. So px at ESP minus 50, 150. Okay, so this is the new address. So FFFF D26A. D26A. So this seems to change every time. That actually doesn't bode very well for us. Because if it changes every time, then we can't predictably tell where we're supposed to put our payload. Because we actually did put in an address over here for D2AA here. So FFFF D2AA, which is over here. So we actually, maybe what we need to do in this case is we need to put the payload towards the end and then write like a NOP sled to slide into our shellcode. Okay, so let's see. We love when you do InfoSec CTF boxes. Panko says, I have so many commissions to get through. Almost all my hacking stuff is done in person today. Okay, need to find some faster boxes. So are the offsets different each time? I mean, the offsets are slightly different. They seem to be slightly different each time, but they all seem to be within the same like area, but not exactly the same. But yeah, I mean, Panko, I understand. I understand that you have to make your money first. But you know, we do appreciate your hacking stuff. Yeah, we need to do like a NOP sled. So this is our new plan. Let's talk about it. So we'll do the following for our payload. It's going to be a NOP sled. So this is no operations. Let's like hex 90, followed by our shellcode, followed by the payload. Or sorry, the payload, which is the memory address to jump to. Because we see here if we jump somewhere in this neighborhood and we put like a NOP sled in this area, we can have it slide into the payload, into the shellcode. So let me copy this. So it still has to be 136 bytes, but it's going to be a different order. So in this case, we don't really need to pay attention to two A's, but so the 97 for padding, we're just going to make that 99 NOP sled, followed by 33 shellcode, followed by... So we're going to combine the padding and the two A's, and we're going to turn into 99 bytes, followed by 33 bytes of shellcode, and then 4 bytes of payload, which points to the NOP sled. Points to NOP sled, and the NOP sled is going to slide into the shellcode payload. Okay, so let's grab what we already have, and we'll adjust this. So first off, we're going to print hex 90 times 99. So 99 NOP bytes, followed by the payload, followed by the shellcode, followed by the payload. So the payload is the memory address that is going to jump back into the NOP sled, and the NOP sled is going to slide into the shellcode. Or at least that's the theory. We'll see what happens when we run the thing. Illegal instruction core dumped. So we're still acting as Narnia 2. Okay. Time for more debugging. No such file or directory. Wait, what? Radari 2 wasn't able to find this file. Narnia 2, Narnia 2. I mean, it exists. Did I make a spelling error? Narnia/Narnia 2. This is so weird. Okay, let's go into the Narnia directory, and we'll just run the same command, but with a... We'll just reference the current directory. Actually, let's just run this. Illegal instruction core dumped. Okay. Actually, a good test is to see whether or not we can exit. So if exit works, okay. So we didn't actually open up a shell. Let's get back in there. You know what's really funny? I solved this like 6 months ago, but the same payload isn't working, so we need to figure out why. Okay, so let's just double check what we're doing here. So the Perl command creates the NOP sled, then our shellcode, then a dot, and then our payload. Murphy's Law? Yeah, probably Murphy's Law. The other thing we could do is that we need to make sure that our shellcode isn't too close to the instruction pointer, maybe we could shave off 9 bytes from here, and then after the shellcode, we'll put in some padding here. So like A times 9? Because sometimes putting in shellcode too close to the instruction pointer will corrupt your shellcode. Okay, 99 is not a 2. It's not a 2, is it? Hold on. Power of 2? We just need to make sure that our... No, I don't think so. So... /x90 should be the NOP. We do that 90 times, and then add on the shellcode. Is it aligned? Well, I mean, if alignment, if we're using a NOP sled, then the alignment shouldn't matter as much. Okay. The Narnia directory, we're here. It would matter for address use. Okay, we're gonna debug this. Okay, we run the command, it should crash. So after it crashes, we'll take a look at the ESP minus 150. Okay, so we've got our NOP sled. So our NOP sled starts here. So in this case, we need to make sure that the address that we send is in the middle of the NOP sled. So maybe something like FFFFD2, well, maybe in the neighborhood. So the neighborhood is this. So let's see, FFFFD284. So if it lands here, it should slide down into the shellcode. But it looks like the shellcode is too close because the shellcode starts to get mangled. So dash P should be part of the shellcode. Trash Dragon says when it crashes, we can check the address of EIP and whatever we can replace it in our payload with the address of the shellcode directly. Let me check. Yeah, so the dash P should be part of the payload, but the dash P ends up surrounded by all these null bytes, which is not what we want. So where did our return address get sent to? So our return address is like FFFFD2AA. Or D3A4. D3A4. That's down here. Okay. Yeah, I mean the -p ends up like way isolated from the rest of the shellcode, so that's no good. Let's make a much smaller knob sled in this case, right? So we'll do We'll do 45 bytes of knob sled, and then we'll add 45 to 9, which is 56 for our A's over here, and then we'll send our return address. So the return address, we want to land in the knob sled, but, well, I mean, it should be something like D264. So let's count the number of bytes, because the number of bytes has to be 136. So 45 plus 33. 45 plus 33 plus 4, and then there's an extra 56, I think. 56. Let's just make sure that the math adds up. Okay, Rudder, hello, nice to see you here. I'm late, but this is the first time on the stream. Nice to see you here, nice to see you here, Mr. Rudder. I do some long streams. Yeah, I think we might be going on for another, like... we might be going on for another, like, 3 hours or so. Okay, so what is this number? So 45 plus 33 is... 878. 78 plus 56. Actually, wait. Let's just do this the easy way and just use some Python. Python print. Do the math for me, Python. 138. Oh, I'm off by 2. Where did I... Ah, okay. I think we can subtract 2 from... We can subtract 2 from the knob sled, I think. But Rudder, hey, what's your background in cybersecurity? Are you a student? Are you looking to get in? Are you a professional? Tell us what your background is. We're currently doing some binary exploitation right now. Okay, so we need to make sure that the bytes all add up to the correct number, which is 136. 136. So let's reduce the number by 2. So instead of 45 NOP, we'll do 43, and then we'll double check our math. 43, 33, 56, 4. (43, 33, 56, 4). And we need this all to add up to 136 bytes. Okay. So Rudder says, I love reading at the moment. I have a fundamental IT book. I have Network Plus. I have Network Plus and a Network Plus book and a Security Plus book, and I'm planning on getting a Cloud Partitioner book. Just love reading, don't have any actual hands-on experience, sadly. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely change that. Let me point you at some resources, Rudder. So, the first thing you need to figure out is what kind of path you want to aim for in cybersecurity, because the training is going to be very, very different depending on if you're doing a job as a malware researcher or if you're doing a job as a forensics analysis investigator. take a look at the website over there. It'll... Wow. Anyways. Okay, so let's check out our new payload. So we want the payload to land somewhere in our NOP sled. So it's FFFF D264. D264, we'll try that. Okay, so here's our payload. Copy the darn thing. So we'll run Narnia 2. Segmentation fault. So that did crash the program. Now let's run our debugger. Okay. Crashed. Why didn't that crash the program? So our Perl command should have crashed the program there. Huh. This file doesn't exist. Why didn't the command work? So we're running Radar 2 in debug mode. We're running it on Narnia 2 with our big Perl command as the argument. Does anybody know a good professional security team for someone that's been hacked? Good professional security team for someone that's been hacked? I mean, we're not incident responders over here, but I mean, are you asking for contact the police? I mean, I'd say that the most famous security company for responding to incidents is probably something like oh, what are they called again? Mandiant. Oh, Mandiant got purchased by somebody else, right? Was Mandiant purchased by Google? Yeah, it's a subsidiary of Google Cloud. But Mandiant used to be the... I think Mandiant also discovered... Mandiant discovered... What was it? The SolarWinds hack? Who discovered the SolarWinds hack? I'm pretty sure it was Mandiant. No, it was FireEye. So FireEye is another really big organization, yeah. So FireEye... Major American cybersecurity company founded in 2004. So look for FireEye, look for Mandiant. Those are the biggest companies that do incident response. That's really funny. So after running it once and after the program crashes, then for some reason Radar 2 stops working. It took you to Reddit? Yeah, it's a Reddit thread. Or wait, what are we talking about? Robert Redder, what are you talking about? Okay, so I mean, we were going to be researching about how to do this in how to do this in PwnTools, so maybe we should start creating our PwnTools script. Oh, the link that you sent me. Yeah, this one over here, right? Get into cyber. It should lead you to Reddit, and the thread is in our Reddit page. Okay, I think maybe what we'll do is we'll stick with the original plan. So the original payload on my write-up is over here, and we'll just find the new. We'll find the new memory address. Okay, so the thing crashes. Okay, let's take a look at. So my original plan was to put the shellcode at the very beginning of the payload. So we fix the memory address by filling up this memory location here, and then we point it at FFFF D25A. Okay, D25A. We're still functioning as Narnia 2. Oh, I think it worked. I think it worked. Okay. So now we're in a separate shell. Or at least I thought we were in a separate shell. Uh-oh. ID? Yeah, the console isn't responsive. Okay, now it's just a regular crash. Should be D25A. Yeah, but it just crashes regularly. Oh well. We got close. The goal is to read Narnia 3, but I don't think we can. Well, I mean, we can't do it until we successfully exploit the binary. Okay. So we're gonna have to. This is what we'll do. Because we want to learn how to use PwnTools, we'll start writing our PwnTools script. Should look into writing your own shellcode. The other thing we could do is we could write shellcode using PwnTools. So let me get my script from one of the other challenges we did from Hackropole. So we got a very basic script when we were doing this challenge over here. You've been practicing C, it's time to shine. I don't know if I'm good enough to to write exploits or shellcode stuff. Okay, permission denied. Let's make a directory instead of temp. We'll call it Narnia to the Shy Hat. And we'll work inside of that. So most of these shared environments don't really let you see inside of the temp directory because everybody's leaving their exploits and like scripts and stuff in there. So we'll call this exploit.py. Actually, let's make it a little bit more n2 exploit.py. Okay, and then we'll grab the script from the other challenge here. Exploit equals easy. Sudo give money, all the monies to Shyhat right now, of course. Okay, so from pwn import star import sys, then we do io equals local, because we're working with the local binary. Hold on. Sorry. So this challenge was dealing with the remote exploit, and this challenge was working with like a local one. No, it still says remote. Actually, no. Here. So IO equals process. So process is going to be Narnia slash Narnia, then Narnia 2. Okay, and then we send payload, then activate interactive mode. So in this case, we know that we're dealing with like a 32-bit binary, and the payload is going to be split up into a bunch of sections. Okay, Rubber Rider says, I checked it out. A lot of studying to do. Not lost anymore. Thanks to you, my brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, no worries. I'm here to help people get into cybersecurity. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of stuff you need. There's a lot of questions you need to answer before you can start. Start getting into it, basically. Seda Cole, hello, nice to see you here, and hope you found your answer for who can do a response for people to get hacked. Okay, so it's going to be. So my payload has been like A times 2 plus shellcode. How do you make shellcode using pwn tools? So pwn tools, shellcraft, that's the name of the thing. So shellcode generation with pwn tools. Pwn tools 102, crafting shellcode with shellcraft. Okay, let's take a look at. Do you want to join just to make all the monies? Yeah, I'd say that if you are not super passionate about security, if security is not super interesting to you, don't do security. There's probably better ways to make money that don't involve, like, you know, tearing your hair out over security problems. Pwn Tools produces shellcode for numerous architectures, including x86. Okay, MIPS, ARM, great. So Arch64. Getting shellcode from the internet is a strange thing unless you are translating assembly opcodes in your head. To avoid executing unknown and untrusted code, you should probably create a sandbox to execute your shellcode in. Maybe use ChatGPT. So to generate the raw bytes, you'll need to specify the shellcode that you generate. Okay, do I have this utility on Kali Linux? Yeah, I do. Okay. We only care about x64 for now. I mean, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with x32 environment though, or the binary is x32. Yeah, so this is a 32-bit binary. Okay, so Shellcraft provides numerous output options. So choose from ELF, raw, string, C-style array. Okay, so let's see. Let's go on for let's do another couple hours. Let's suppose you have a Python script and you want to send shellcode as a byte array to the destination server. You'd need the escaped hexadecimal string representation of the shellcode. So Shellcraft, let's just try something like this and see what actually comes out. Okay, so it comes out as a bunch of like escaped hexadecimal bytes. Ah, okay. So this would be x86? No. So AMD 64 Linux, we're not using that. We're using let's just run this command and look up x8632. Ah, okay, so it's i386 instead, if it's 32-bit. Or at least I think it is. So AMD 64 is for 64-bit, and i386 is for 32-bit. Okay, so this does give us Linux, well, Linux shellcode, maybe? This is unlikely the exact format you need for your challenge. Shellcraft provides numerous options. Okay. So if you want to inspect the associated mnemonic with said opcode, -D will dump the assembly output. So format ASM. Okay, so it executes bin sh, argument sh. Okay, so here's our shellcode. The question is, does this change your UID? Because if it doesn't change the UID, then it's not going to work out the way we want it to. Okay, let me just do a quick search. So Shellcraft, set UID, Linux. To generate Linux shellcode that changes the user ID using pwn tools, combine shellcraft.setuid or shellcraft.setuid with shellcraft h. Set your architecture context first, then assemble the code. shellcraft.setUID 0. I mean, we're not setting UID to 0 though. Plus shellcraft.sh. Payload equals ASM code. Okay, so Citical says, are these teams of people or is it just a scanning software? I have a bootkit, I believe, with FireEye. So, I mean, could you tell me, like, explicitly what the situation is and what kind of help you're looking to get? Because if I have the context, I might be able to help you better. So the architecture is AMD 64. Real versus effective UID. So ensures both real and effective UID user IDs match. Leaving set R E UID empty defaults to setting up based on current effective values. Shellcode would set UID not 0. Privilege of user hard. I am passing the shellcode via the cat command, shellcode. So a typical shellcode to do is set REUID, get EUID, and get EUID, which sets the real UID and the effective UID, the previous effective UID. Maybe that's not applicable in your case. Okay, so let's go back. So we got the AI overview. Maybe we can ask the AI some questions. So we want to use the ASM, what was it, the Pwn tool from Pwn tools to create the shellcode from a terminal prompt. We want to set the UID of the file owner because it's an SUID, because it's an SUID binary for a CTF challenge. And we want to create a payload that opens up a shell. Okay, directory from the terminal using Pwn tools, Pwn shellcraft. You should use set REUID instead of a simple set UID. Modern Linux shells will actively drop elevated privileges back to your real user ID if they notice the real UID and the effective UID, the EUID, do not match. Calling set REUID without specific arguments automatically fetches the privilege owner's UID via, what was it? Okay, so the exact terminal command structure depends on your target architecture. So to generate raw binary shellcode, inject it into the exploit script or pipe it directly into your vulnerable CTF binary. Chain them together and output the payload directly into a file as a raw binary stream. Okay, so we run both of these commands. So this is like I-386. Something went wrong. Oh. Everybody, you need to spell properly in order to run these commands. Okay. So these come out as... So we want these as, like, format... What was that format command again? We want those bytes. D. D for escaped hexadecimal strings. Okay. With FireEye. Well, I mean, if you hire FireEye, it's first of all, it's going to cost a lot of money because they usually deal with like really large corporations that get hacked and do incident response for them. Can I see this message? Yeah, I can see the message. Are you representing like an individual, or are you representing like a large corporation, like a big company? Because if you're just like a single person, I wouldn't recommend hiring FireEye to do incident response. Because yeah, they're gonna charge you hundreds of thousands of dollars. What I would suggest... So, can you tell me a little bit more about your situation? Tell me a little bit more about what your situation is. Maybe I can give you some suggestions. Okay, so we'll string these two together. So set REUID, and then this one for open up a shell. You see the long paragraph up there? It keeps saying message failed to end, failed to send. I don't see like a long message. No. Maybe you should split up your message into, smaller pieces. Okay, so if we've got this payload, we'll create it over here. So if these are escaped bytes, so we'll call this the shellcode some bytes, and it's these ones. So here's our shellcode. Here's our payload. How many bytes is this? Because we need to know how large the shellcode is. Let's see. Okay, I've been hacked for about 7 years. Truly found out about the extent of it about a year and a half ago. Camera light doesn't come on when I'm being recorded 24/7. The microphone and screen as well. I became suspicious about it 3 years ago. I wiped my computer because that was what I was told to do. Changed all the passwords, the rootkit would be gone and the bug would be gone. Recently, a live streamer helped me understand the computer I had wiped. Nothing on it, but the Wi-Fi was still able to hear and see me. What do you mean about the Wi-Fi being able to hear and see you? I turned my phone completely off and people were able to hear and see me. I've come to believe it's a bootkit. I don't know enough, I don't have any proof. People keep telling me to go to the FBI. I've contacted them twice, but I have no proof or evidence to give them. So I'm in a situation where I have to get security with no proof to show those around me that I'm not crazy and I don't have the certainty that it won't happen again. Yeah, I mean... Okay, can you tell me one more time what the indicators are that you think that you've been hacked? Not the Wi-Fi. I assume it's the router that has me hacked. I mean, the router just sends internet traffic to your devices. So I'm not sure if that's the case. Unless somebody... So, okay. The other thing is that how do you think this kind of how do you think your devices might have been compromised? Do you think... Okay. Let's think about this. So I got hacked. Are my devices compromised? So your devices being your PC or your laptop or your mobile phone. So it's probably that one of your devices, got compromised, they got infected by malware. Is it your PC, or is it your laptop, or is it your mobile phone? Okay, the hacker sends out a link, I assume to people. How does this hacker communicate with you? A hacker sends out a link. So how do you communicate with the hacker? Okay, let's take a look at the messages. So the hacker sends out a link, I assume to people. Live streamers and people on the internet clued me into me being hacked. I got up in front of the camera to see if there was a reaction from the streaming community I would watch, and eventually I was like, okay, I'm definitely hacked. Wait, when you're talking about the streaming community, like which... The streaming community says I'm hacked. Which streaming community? How are you communicating? So you're talking about a streaming community. You say that people send out links. How do they communicate with you? Are they sending you links via Twitch, or are they sending you links via like email or something else? IP2 and streamers in the CX community. I mean, I don't know what the IP... I don't know what IP2 is. And you're talking about streamers in the CX community. Like, how are you talking with them? Brain salad surgery? Targeted individual? I have no idea. I am never sent any links at all. It's sent to everyone but me. Okay, so you say that the hacker sends out a link. What is in the link? So I'm assuming it's like a website or something? What are the web page contents? Okay, so I have no idea. I assume it's a 24/7 streaming of my screen, camera, and microphone. You don't know what the links are, and you assume that it's a 24/7 streaming of my screen, camera, and microphone. That's what I've had to piece together myself. I mean, what can you do immediately? So, if you suspect that your camera and microphone have been compromised, the first thing you need to do is you need to cover your camera, and I'm pretty sure you're able to like disable your microphone, or better yet, just unplug your microphone. Unplug/disable your microphone. I mean, on iPhone you can do that. So yours, are you assuming, wait. Okay. So you're talking about your devices being compromised. So tell me one more time. Is this a PC that you think is hacked? Is it a laptop do you think is hacked? Do you think it's your iPhone that's hacked? So you think it's your mobile phone, your iPhone, right? I mean, it's very hard. Okay. If it's your iPhone that's been hacked, like, is that the only device? Or are there others? I also have to mention, this is going to sound insane, but my therapist's and my entire family's phones are tapped as well. Yeah, that does sound insane. So no hacker is going to tap everybody in your family. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so where were we? We're generating our shellcode. So let's see. Our payload is... Oh, we're trying to figure out how many bytes the shellcode is, right? So is there an option in Shellcraft to output the number of bytes? To output number of bytes in shellcode? Pwn Shellcraft do not have a dedicated option or flag that explicitly counts and prints the number of bytes in the generated shellcode. Okay, I mean, if you want to output the shellcode as raw binary using the tag, you can pipe into WC to print the exact byte count. I mean, the question is, like, who would you talk to? You're just talking about a phone, right? You're not talking about any other devices? Is it just the iPhone you think is compromised? So if it's just the iPhone you think it's if you just think that the iPhone is compromised, I mean, the best way to solve your problem is just get a new iPhone. So the new iPhone is not going to be compromised. So just get a new iPhone it's going to be way less money than hiring somebody to take a look at your phone to see if it's hacked. Like hiring forensics people. So hiring forensics investigators, or buying scanning software. This is both going to be, it's probably going to be more expensive than getting a new phone. Just get a new phone. Can it be an IP address compromised by IMEI or something? So this is my solution for you. Get a new phone. If your phone is compromised, get a new phone, ditch your old phone, don't use it anymore, and your problem's solved. Okay, so let's figure out how many bytes are in our shellcode now. So we'll echo out the shellcode, and then we'll just grep out. We'll grep out the slashes. Grep trailing backslash. Okay, so we need to, I mean, I guess we can also just delete, right? tr delete. Okay, let's go into, let's just ask for a quick Linux command. Linux command, grep out only special. Let's just say only grep out letter A in string. Actually, is there an easier way to just count the number of X characters in a string? Linux count number of A letters in a string. Or maybe like Python is a better way to do it. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. Cynical says, I did that already. You bought a new phone already? You bought a new phone already. So if you buy a new phone, there's no way that the way that the new phone is hacked. Because phones don't ship with malware. I mean, you can, if you think they got you through some sort of link, or, I mean, it's basically impossible. What you're describing, right? So how was, the big question is, how was your device initially compromised? So usually, you'd have to do some you'd have to sideload an app into your, you know, on your iPhone to get infected with this kind of malware, right? I mean, listen, nothing is impossible, but typically the way that your phone would get infected is if somebody tricked you into installing an application on your phone that has malware on it, and you wouldn't be able to do it through the legitimate, like, you know, iTunes store or whatever it is that you use to install apps on iPhone. You'd have to sideload it, which is it's not something that you'd be able to miss. But yeah, just get a new phone. Get a new phone. The new phone is not going to have malware on it. The new phone is not going to have malware on it. Get rid of the old phone. That's it. That's it. It's not hacked anymore. Okay, TR and WC, so only uppercase A. So CRCD, I've never seen this one before. So CRCD, I guess, are slashes, and then count those. Let's escape this then. Only uppercase A's. So I guess we could do it with regular letters. So how about the X? That doesn't do anything. Okay, both uppercase A's and lowercase A's. From a bash. Using grep, the grep utility can pull out only the matching characters onto new lines. Grep O A? Grep O. Why are these commands not doing anything at all? Split the string using the target letter as the field delimiter. Feels like I'm going kind of crazy here. Okay, so I guess, oh, you know what? Because this is being interpreted as bytes. Yeah, okay. So this is being escaped. So they're not being interpreted as X's in this case. Try the whole command with the pipe. Okay, one more question. If it's a bootkit, if the camera light isn't coming on, is it a bootkit if the camera light isn't coming on? And a bootkit specifically is another level of hacking that you're saying. Is it like federal level hacking or coordinated attack, like a persistent threat or whatever they call it? Going implies you weren't already. But I mean, people can design bootkits that don't turn the camera light on when it's recording. So that's not really a good indication. Okay, this still gets interpreted literally. Why don't I just put this in a file? Okay, so if we pipe this out, then we should be able to do the other methods that we were talking about, right? Like using grep. Or was it using like TR? Okay, so that works. TR, warning, an unescaped backslash at the end of the string is not portable. Okay, so this is a number of backslashes. So we need to count the number of backslashes, and the number of backslashes is the number of bytes. Word count. Okay, and we'll also 58. So okay, so these are all 5Cs, great. So we can word count this and get an accurate count. So this is 58 bytes. But Cyticall, I hope you can resolve your problem by getting a new phone. If you get a new phone, it's almost impossible for them to compromise your device again unless you actively install another app or install an app on like a compromised app onto your phone. Okay, so let's see. The shellcode. Shellcode is 50, how many bytes? 58 bytes. So we know the shellcode is 58 bytes. We know that the entire payload is 136 bytes. So we'll have a shellcode segment, we'll have a NOP sled. NOP sled, it's going to be like NOP times, how many should we use? So the payload has to be, I guess we'll talk about the calculations over here. Payload is 4. And then our offset. So that's the number that we're sending to the binary. Okay, Grey Wolf says Android is fun to turn into a Linux phone. It's a task to get it running on bare metal though. I've never done very much mobile stuff, unfortunately. So our offset, and then we got our shellcode section, which is going to be 58 bytes. Can I see your notes page one more time? Sure. Okay, so if you think that your camera and microphone have been compromised, cover your camera, unplug or disable your microphone. I'm pretty sure there is some way to be able to disable your microphone in like iOS, but I'm not like an iOS user, so I don't really know. So how do you know? You think that like some streaming community is sharing links that has like a direct feed to your device, a direct feed of your camera. So basically definitely cover your camera and just stop using that device. If you suspect that the device is hacked, if you think that everything that you do on that device is being monitored, stop using the device. Aiden Hall, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So if it's just your iPhone, get a new iPhone. Don't hire forensics investigators, don't buy scanning software. That's going to be more expensive than just getting a new iPhone. So I mean, I need to, I mean, I don't know how serious this is, but if you think you've been hacked and you think it's just one device that's been hacked, get a new device. If you think that your family has been compromised as well, that's not very realistic. Okay, so let's continue. So we got our shellcode, we've got our NOP sled. We don't know how long that's going to be. And we've got our offset. So we've got 58 for our shellcode, and then we got our payload. Yeah, no worries. I hope you can resolve your problem. The solution in this case is very easy. You just need to spend some money to get a new phone. Okay, so 58 plus 4 is 62. 62 minus 62 minus 136. Good old Python to the rescue. Where was I doing those calculations? Over here. Okay. And 136 minus 62. 74. Okay. I probably could have been able to do that in my head, but you know, it's been a long day. So that means the offsets has to be 72. If we're putting a NOP sled in there, Tattletale, why are you so negative about dogs? So if we're doing what's the order going to be? We probably shouldn't. We should not put our shellcode too close to the payload. So I think the payload. So we got a 72 offset. Maybe we'll take 50 from the offset, and we'll use that as the NOP sled. Although the NOP sled is supposed to be... okay. So we'll call this the offset, and we'll do 22 as the NOP sled. Okay, so 22, 58, 50, and 4. So this has to all come out to 136. 22 plus 58 plus 50 plus 4. Oh, wait. Tattletale, are you the person who talked about dogs being related to the C programming language? Didn't we Didn't we come to the conclusion that that was false? Oh, it's 100. Where are my numbers going? $22, $58, $50, $4. So maybe we'll add to our NOP sled. So 24, 58, 50, and 4. Okay, weekly pickup says I'm not well versed in what we're doing here, and the other conversation threw me all off, so I'm lost now. We're trying to figure out how to do a binary exploitation challenge over at Over the Wire Narnia, which is a binary exploitation game. Okay, so make sure that it is the correct number of bytes. Great. So the payload is going to be $24 bytes for the NOP sled. So no operation times 24. The shellcode is 58 bytes. Our offset, let's set the offset. It's going to be A times 50. So 50 plus 58 plus 24 plus 4. So the this is everything is the payload. So the final RIP address. So we'll call this the EIP ADDI. It's going to be equal to packed 32. So like a hexadecimal address. We're not exactly sure what it should be though. Okay, then we send the payload. But we don't send the payload in this case, because the payload is supposed to be sent as a program argument to the process. You need an address as a reference point? True, we do. Okay, so the other thing we need to look up is how we can do like pwn tools, payload as program argument. To pass a pwn tools payload as a program argument, build your raw byte or string payloads using processes, okay? And then pass it inside a list as an argument to process. Okay. So process equals vulnerable binary payload. So payload equals, what is the flat function here? Okay, something else I need to look up. Pwn tools flat function. The flat function in pwn_tools takes nested lists, numbers, strings, or dictionaries, and packs them into a single continuous byte string. It automatically converts numbers to packed bytes based on the current architecture, context.arch, and handles layout offsets if you pass a dictionary. Automatic packing. Okay, so this seems like something we want. So we send the process, and we're sending as an argument. What was it again? Payload. Payload equals flat, and then everything we're trying to send. Flat, and then it's going to be nop plus shellcode plus offset plus EIP ADDI. So our offset is 50 bytes, the shellcode is 58 bytes, the NOP sled is 24 bytes, and the EIP ADDI is 4 bytes. Okay. So P process and then P interactive. So interactive is gonna, well, if we're able to open up the shell using the shellcode, then IO interactive. We don't need to send anything. We do need to get an address to jump back to. Okay, we're just gonna save this out. And then yeah, we need an address as a reference point. We'll Okay, Anarchist says that code looks wrong. Don't think Gemini knows what it's on about. You can't pass shellcode to a pwn_tools.process. You can't pass shellcode to a pwn_tools.process? So this is what we're trying, well, this is what we're trying to do. Let's go back in. So we're trying to use pwn_tools. We're supposed to pass in the payload as an argument to our program. So our program is Narnia and Narnia 2, with the payload as the program argument, and the payload in this case, we've got a bunch of NOP, and then our shellcode, and then our offset, and then the address we're going to be putting into the EIP register. IO.send part is the right idea. So, I mean, because we can't send the payload as an argument, because this is what we're supposed to be doing in this code. I'll get you what I'm looking at for my write-up over here. So originally I did this challenge using Perl to pass in my shellcode, but the Perl method doesn't seem to be working right now. So we got our process. So I'm assuming that we just open up the process and then run the interactive function. If that's not what we're supposed to be doing, I'm not exactly sure. The only thing we're not super sure about right at this point is which address we should use to put into the EIP, because it seems like the address, well, it seems like the addresses are a little bit, they're a bit randomized. Okay. Narnia 2, and then we'll just send 136 bytes, just a bunch of A's. So here are A's. Okay, so we managed to successfully fill the RIP, oh sorry, the EIP with our A characters, and then we take a look at the arguments, which are stored in behind the stack pointer. So we see our A's appear over here. So I think maybe so assuming that our NOP sled is first, and we want to put program execution into the address where it's going to land on the NOP sled and then slide into our shellcode. So it would probably be D24A, so FFFF D24A. So but you don't want to overwrite the EIP. I mean, we do want to overwrite the EIP and put in the next address, right? Put in the address to jump to. Okay, and we put it in here. So 1 byte, 2 byte, 3 byte, 4 byte. We want the EIP to be our NOP sled. Wait, you want the EIP to be the NOP sled? That means that the new payload would be like offset followed by NOP sled followed by shellcode. So is this what you're talking about? So for example, if the offset is like 132 and then the NOP sled is like 4 bytes or however many bytes and the shellcode is like 58 bytes. Okay, EIB has to be a memory location inside the NOP sled. A memory location inside the NOP sled, not the NOP sled itself. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I'm trying to communicate, because over here, like this memory address is inside the NOP sled. So we're going to put the NOP sled down first, and then the shellcode, and then the offset, and then the address. We're going to jump back to the NOP sled, and the NOP sled is going to slide into the shellcode. That's the plan. But, I mean, we can give it a try right now. Python 3. Payload is not defined. Let's go back in. What do you mean payload is not defined? Oh, okay. I guess we need to put it later on. So payload is down here. It means typo. Does it mean typo? Okay, so payload's not defined here yet. So we need to put this somewhere else. We can actually put it down here, which means we can delete it from here. And then we have to define payload after everything else is defined. So put payload down here, and then delete it from here. Which isn't really the way I'd like to do it, but, you know, if it works, it works. Okay, Trash Dragon says, no, that memory address is a bunch of A's. Oh no, I mean, we're replacing the A's with the NOP sled. IO was the problem. IO equals process with the payload, and then... Okay, here goes nothing. Let's try it again. Uh-oh. So let's see. Starting local process, bin.sh, switching to interactive mode. Bin.sh stop with an exit code of 1. Have you found the exact offset of EIP within the input? Yeah, I think we came to the conclusion that EIP was at 132. So if we run our debugger and we crash the program is full of B's. And this is 132 bytes. Oh, sorry, this is 136 bytes total. So 132 A's, followed by 4 B's. But, process bin.sh stopped with the exit code of 1. Got EOF while sending an interactive. I'm kind of tempted to just look at some write-up or something. The last time I took a look at this problem, or at this particular level of Narnia, was like 6 months ago. And 6 months ago I was able to get it to work using Perl. I wonder if there's some other like memory protections in place. So I'll just run Robin 2 on Narnia 2. Okay, so are there any memory protections in place here? The last time I checked there was not. NX pick false, relocate true. Oh, is there like randomized addresses? Okay, so you want your payload to be x90 times 132 minus length of shellcode plus shellcode. And then plus 32 address. I mean, that's probably the better way to do it. Let's go back in, because manually setting it can be a bit of a pain in the butt. So NOP for 32-bit x86 is x90. Yeah. I'm just going to double check my homework here. So we're sending a NOP sled, followed by the shellcode, followed by our offset. Although I guess we could... I don't want the shellcode to be too close to the EIP. So I'm putting this offset here, and I've got the... Well, I mean, maybe the NOP sled isn't big enough. It's because I only have 24 bytes of NOP sled. As much NOP sled as you can fit in the buffer, then payload. Okay, so let's play around with the numbers a bit. So if we subtract 25 from the offset, then we can add 25 to our NOP sled. So 25 plus, so it's 49. So that means we've got... Whoa, why is my terminal so unresponsive? It is slowing down like crazy. I don't think it has anything to do with my network connection, because the network connection is pretty normal. Okay, so now our NOP sled is 49, and their shellcode is 58, and our offset is 25, and our payload, whatever we put into the EIP, is 4. So let's do the math on this. It should come out to 136. Yeah, okay, so it's still 136. So this should be correct. So we send the address that is like way back in the NOP sled. I want to run the program one more time just to make sure that the memory addresses are still the same. The memory addresses might not be the same though. Okay, so just for fun, we'll go in here, we'll send us a slightly different payload. So we'll just do like a different character that we're printing out 136 times. So for example, let's do a number 0. Okay, and then we'll send this as our payload, and we'll see if our addresses look the same. Okay, check if the EIP is BBBB. I don't see any reason to make the NOP sled smaller. That just makes it less reliable. Okay, we'll save this out. I'm going to send a slightly different payload, and we'll see if the characters that we send actually affects like the memory. It'd be weird if it did. Crash the program. We've got 30, 30, 30, which is our zeros. Let's take a look at the stack pointer, minus 150. Okay, we've got our payload. D24A. This is a different address. Okay, I just want to compare this address to... So this is what we have right now, and we'll see what the one that we have in our script in just a sec. No, it's the same. It's the same address. It's the same address. Okay, so that's good. So the memory addresses are the same. We'll run the exploit, and we should get a shell. But it terminates immediately. The other thing that might be happening is that we might not be using correct shellcode. Okay, let's just grab the shellcode from... So we'll grab the shellcode from our script, and then we'll see if we can translate it, well, we can decode it a little bit with the CyberChef. Okay, so we see a sh bin, and the other part of the shellcode is supposed to set our effective user ID and our real user ID to the one of the SUID binary. The thing is that we have like another set of shellcode as well that we could use. So this is the shellcode that we created using Shellcraft, but there's another set of shellcode that we used, which is the one in my write-up. And the one in my write-up is 33 bytes. Let's try swapping it out. Okay, so this is going to be the old shellcode. And our new shellcode this. So this is 32 bytes. So because the difference between the old shellcode and the new shellcode is the difference between 32 bytes minus, well, the difference is 25 bytes. So that means we need to increase the NOP sled by 25. So that's going to be 74. So we need to recalculate this. So the NOP sled is 74 now. And then the shellcode is 33, and then we got a 25 byte offset. Let me do the math to make sure it all comes out to 136. Yeah. Okay, we'll give this new shellcode a try. Same thing. Okay, I think I'm about ready to just look at a write-up just to see what the heck is going wrong. All right, let's take the L. So this is over the wire Narnia 2. This is from 8 months ago. So 8 months ago, I want to find something that's recent, because I have a feeling that the if the binary was modified sometime in the last 6 months, because when I solved it, it was like 6 months ago. You can also try printing your payload in the Python script and see that in the debugger to see what values are going on in the EIP when the actual payload is sent. I think it will make it a lot easier. I mean, we have done that before. Hold on. Let me show you guys. So we were using this payload before. So we run. Well, we're gonna put this in the debugger. And let me just check the. So it's D24A. D24A. Okay, so we run this. It doesn't crash the program. Hold on. Okay, we need to analyze the function. Okay, analyze the thing first. Cannot find the function. Wait, it didn't open up the file. What the heck is going on? So analyze the binary. Print out the functions. Nothing. Okay, where did you get that EIP value from? I mean, we have been working on this for a while. So in the Python script, do the before IO process, can you print payload and send that into the debugger? Okay, let's move into where all of the binaries live. Okay, then we'll run the same command, but we'll reference the local binary. So /Narnia2. Analyze the binary. Make sure that it's actually here. List out the functions. Okay, we're dealing with a legitimate binary. Great, great. We'll run the program. It should crash. It didn't crash. It really should have crashed. Okay. Let's see what is at the stack pointer -150. Nothing's here. Okay. Reset the binary. Run it again. Process exited. So it didn't actually take in the argument. So the argument is supposed to be this Perl command. We've run it successfully before. Okay, what happens if we just run the Perl command here? Yeah, okay, so we get our, what we think is supposed to be the payload. Now we'll run it on, with Radar 2 in debug mode, on Narnia 2, with this argument. Analyze the binary. Run the program. It doesn't crash. Did my program arguments get deleted when I analyze the binary. It's not what it should, that's not what should happen, right? Maybe we need to open it up with read-write mode? I don't know. I've never had to use it before. I'm so confused. Okay, how else could we send? How else could we send the bytes in our argument? So the other thing we're working with is we're working with the Pontool script. The problem with the Pontool script is that I'm not exactly sure. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. Xargs? I don't know. Okay, let's put on the birds. We're gonna take a little water break. But you know what? Let's put on my favorite video. Here it is. These are fledgling sailor jays. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna take the L. I'm gonna take the L on this. I'm gonna take a look at the write-up, and I'll figure out what exactly is going wrong here. So I want to find a write-up from the last 6 months, because I suspect that the binary has changed in the last 6 months. So GitHub. Oh, this is from a really long time ago. Okay, Citical says, if hackers are targeting a person, is it the case that hackers can get in if they want to? If they're taking the time and spending the money to hack? I read something about red and blue teams. I mean, I think you should do more research. Do more research on how hacking is done. It'll make you a little bit more informed about how hackers actually, compromise devices. Here's something. There's a very popular podcast that talks a lot about hacking and hackers and stuff like that. It's called Darknet Diaries. It's very, very beginner. Well, it's very, very it's very, very accessible. It's not super technical. But what I would do is I listen to a few episodes of Darknet Diaries, and it might help you understand cybersecurity and hacking and stuff like that. Okay, so let's see. Write-ups for... Maybe I should take a look at... Maybe I should take a look at the write-up for from like 8 months ago. I don't know. Oh, you joined on Discord. Awesome, awesome. Okay, so how do they do it here? Okay, finding the needle in the stack. Technical deep dive into Narnia level 2. Deceptively vulnerable code. So it's string copy, buff, copy argv into buff, and buff is 128 characters, okay? The question everybody has but few tutorials answer. How do I find the exact return address where my shell will be? Okay, find the breakpoint. So if we send 132 bytes, it results in a crash. So they use GNU debugger here, great. They send 132 A's followed by 5 B's. Why 5? Seems... okay, sure. This does not help. This write-up didn't help. Okay. But yeah, I mean, the people who know about binary exploitation, give it a try. Give this level a try. I've got the SSH command and the password. So here's the SSH command, the password is this one. Because this is really stumping me. Okay, so here's a write-up from like a million years ago. Let's see. Narnia, CTF. Okay, so we'll take a look at this other person's write-up. So we're going to Narnia 2. Okay. So Narnia 2, okay. So they're using strace. Interesting. Disassembler dump. Okay. So they're using Python. Maybe I should replace my Perl command with the Python command. I don't know if it's going to make a big difference or not. Okay, let me see if I can... What does the Python command look like? So it's Python 3 command import sys dot standard out dot buffer dot write, then bytes. Okay, let me copy this over to here because we're currently using this Perl command. Maybe we should be using a Python command, although it really shouldn't make too much of a difference. So if we're printing out like where is it? Bytes. (0x41). Bytes like object is required, not string. Hold on. Let's wrap. 0. Oh, okay, okay. It's not slash. It's 0x. Still doesn't like this. Right B. So if we put this in, okay, let's switch out quotes again. Oh wait, we're supposed to be doing it like this. Like this. Okay. So that writes out B, sure. We want to do 0x41. We want to interpret this as not literally. Okay, so ultimately, what do they use to send the payload? Okay, so they're just using Python. And they are doing like an escape sequence. So escape x90. Okay, okay. So this is the pattern. We just need to put all of our payload inside of something that looks like this. So if we follow the pattern, right, it's A times 2, and then a bunch of bytes, and then something something. Okay. So A times 2, and then plus the next part. So the next part is the shellcode. Which is this. Although I guess we need to put it in between some single quotes, because we're using all single quotes here. This is also bytes. Yeah, okay, and then we'll add on the rest of the payload. So A times 97. And then the last part, which is the return address. You're right. Okay, no worries, no worries. It is very late where you are. And thank you for the well wishes. I'll try to get this done. So this is the return address. Okay, so we just need to wrap this up and run this as a shell expansion and supply this to to Narnia 2. Okay, here's our Python command. Bam. Still doesn't crash the program. It does crash the program if we just run the thing. It shouldn't crash the program. I mean, it doesn't crash the program when we run Radare. I think there's something wrong with Radare at this point. Because if we run it outside of Radare, it does crash the program. So I mean, at this point, we can play around with the payload. So if I copy this and I run it on another terminal, well, Actually, I think there might be something wrong with the command expansion here. So if we run the Python command, it does output the payload. It does output the payload. Okay, let's go back in. Actually, you know what? Let's now that we've been working for so long on this, let's see if we can employ the help of some good old AI stuff. So temp Narnia to the shy hat. Okay, so here's our script right now. So the AI of, strangely enough, the AI of choice to ask about hacking questions is Gemini, because Gemini doesn't seem to have any limitations imposed on it. I am doing the Narnia 2 CTF game. You look at the PwnTool script I made. Okay, bam, here it is. Okay. But mathematical and architecture specific errors prevent it from landing a shell. So this primary issue is that your payload calculation math is off and you're using null bytes inside of your shellcode, which will prematurely terminate the target's string copy function. Okay, so bad characters in shellcode. Your new shellcode contains this, which translates to -p. While that avoids null bytes, a traditional shorter 23 to 25 byte shellcode is cleaner and completely null-free. Wait, so let's take a look at this. So the old shellcode, so either way, the shellcode has to avoid using null bytes, right? So our old shellcode doesn't have null bytes, which are the x00, and the new shellcode also doesn't have null bytes, which is also the way we're supposed to be doing it. But our good friend Gemini says, incorrect padding math. So the stack layout, local buffer size, blah blah blah. The exact offset to control EIP in Narnia 2 is 132 bytes. Wow, you've done your research. So your current script builds a layout of NOP plus shellcode plus offset plus EIP ADDI. So your NOP 132 bytes. Placing offset after the shellcode causes your payload to be disorganized. Shellcode should ideally sit after or inside the NOP sled before the EIP overwrite. Okay, well, you're giving me a whole new script. You know what? I'll bite. If I can learn something from this, that's great. If this just instantly works, I don't know what I'm gonna think. But thank you very much, Robert Rudder, for joining the Discord community. Okay, let's do... We'll call this Gemini.py. Okay, let's take a look over here. Context.update, Arch i386 OS Linux. Sure. Automatically generate a completely null-free shellcode. This creates a perfect exec CVE bin sh payload, usually 20. Okay, so ASM shellcraft.sh. Exact offset to EIP is 32 bytes. Okay. Target landing pad address. Adjust this to match your DDB. ENV discovery. Aim for somewhere in the middle of your NOP sled. In the middle of the NOP sled. I mean, this is not supposed to be the middle. This is like supposed to be at the beginning. But sure. Okay. Build payload structured cleanly. NOP sled shellcode EIP. Fit dynamically pads the gap between your shellcode and the 132 byte marker. So the payload is the fit function. What is this part here? So everything has to be inside of a dictionary? Oh, okay. So the dictionary entry is 0. So we've got 90... No. So it's NOP sled times 60. And then what is this? So so this is another dictionary entry. So shellcode 60 is equal to shellcode. And then total offset, this entry in the dictionary, is equal to EIP ADDI. Execute the binary with payload passes argv1. So IO process Narnia Narnia 2 payload. IO interactive. Okay, save it out and run the exploit. So if it works, I'll take this as a learning opportunity. I need to learn how to use Pwn tools. It didn't work. So the question is why does it crash as soon as we give a command? So Gemini script doesn't work. My script doesn't work. Everything that we've tried hasn't worked. You want to laugh real quick? The very first video on Reddit, I clicked it in 8 minutes. I'm gonna rewatch it. First video on Reddit. What are we talking about? So yeah, I'm not sure how we can progress on this. I think we might... The group video from your... Oh, there's a group video from the community. I didn't even know that there was one. ASL environment variables. Okay, the other thing we need to keep in mind is that there might be... Are there new binary protections? So relocks equals true. Usually I don't pay a lot of attention to binary memory protections. How to get into cybersecurity guide. Oh, okay, that video. At this point, I think that there's just something wrong with the challenge. But I don't know. Oh, you were 8 minutes in a long time ago. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I think we might move on to another challenge because we've spent so much time doing this challenge, and even looking at the write-ups, that doesn't seem to be... Actually, you know what? Let's look up a write-up that includes a pwn tool script. Okay. Narnia to pwn tools. Okay, binary analysis, pwn tools, shellcode, Narnia 2. So they've got two methods over here, one with GDB and pwn tools. Okay, let's take a look. Because if I'm doing something wrong, and I can find out how to do the thing correctly, I really want to. Okay, not this. Okay, so what's happening here? So they run Narnia 2 and they run it with command expansion. Import struct, print. So they do the NOP sled. They do the NOP sled, it's 107 bytes, and then they put in their shellcode. And then they put in struct pack I. What is struct? So import struct. Okay. Python 3 import struct. Failed to open the history file for writing. Permission denied. Permission denied. Okay, so if they use this command here, let's take a good close look at the command. so their actual command looks like this, right? They run Narnia 2 from the current directory. Mama Rolf, hello, nice to see you here. That address, where did they get it from? I mean, they got it from doing some analysis on the binary. But hey, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now. So when ads run on Twitch, we'll put on the birds. Okay, so I think this lovely Robin having a little bath is going to help me focus. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. That address, where did they get it from? Also, hi, Mama Rolf. Hello, nice to see you here. So where did the people in the write-up get the address from? I mean, they talk about they were testing the binary with their debuggers and stuff like that, and they were able to find an address to jump back to. Because when I did this, I initially did this exercise like 6 months ago. So what is that going to be? Like January or February? And I was able to complete it using something that looks kind of similar to this. Well, not completely similar, but kind of similar. Okay, Rubber Rudder says, do binaries fall under computer science? I mean, the stuff that I'm doing right now, so this is binary exploitation. So there's elements of computer science, cybersecurity, not necessarily networking in this case, but definitely cybersecurity and computer science. I mean, if this was a binary that you access over the computer network, then maybe. So import struct, print, nop times 107, so... The other thing I'm wondering about is, what is this shellcode that they're using? Struct pack. So this is the address. The address that they're jumping back to. Okay, so what's the address that we're using? So the address we're using is this one. So let's just suppose we're using this address. This might not be the exact address. So here's our 107 bytes. So if this is 107 bytes, I assume that the rest of this is occupied by the shellcode. I mean, I'm kind of against putting the shellcode so close to the EIP register, but I guess this is how they do it. Okay, we'll try this. Oh, you have to run Python 3, not just Python. Oh, you know what? This is Python 2. They're using Python 2 syntax. No wonder. Okay. Wow. All right, but it's the same thing, only it's Python 2, because this write-up was probably written like a million years ago. So where's this? When is this from? It doesn't say when. Okay. But then again, actually this should work if we specify Python 2. Oh, there is no Python 2. They've removed Python 2? Okay. Python -- version. I guess this is only Python 3. Yeah, okay. So in this case, like Pwn tools is going to be different as well. Let's just check that this syntax still works. So Python import struct. Ah, this works. So the print command isn't going to work in this case. We have to use the other method, which is, where did I put it? Import sys standard buffer write. Okay, let's just we'll just insert the payload over here. What is it over? What time would you be on tomorrow Eastern time? It's 10 o'clock. Okay, so I'm gonna be tomorrow. I'm not gonna be on tomorrow, so we're gonna take a break for the weekend. We've got our schedule on our Reddit. Let me get you a link. So Reddit HackerFrogs, it's over here. And we've got our weekly schedule up here. So this is week 33. Here we go. So you can take a look over here. This is what we're doing this week. We're not on tomorrow, but we're going to be on Friday. And it's going to be... What time is it going to be for Eastern time? So 2 p.m. or 1, 12, 11. So it's going to be 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern time. That's when I start these streams. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Helljoy Bond. Thank you. Okay, so we just need to adjust the script because it's Python 3 instead of Python 2. So we import sys and struct. So import both of those. And what's their payload? So it's 190... Sorry, it's 107 nops. Okay, so that's 107 nops plus their shellcode. So their shellcode is... this. Okay, so the shellcode is this. How much time do we have left? We'll do another 60 minutes for the stream. And, oh man, if we can't solve it in 60 minutes, I don't know. Okay, so this is the shellcode from our good friend, the write-up author, and then what do they do after this? Then we do struct pack I with the address. Okay, so this is the total payload. Python 3, okay. And because we need to send this as a command expansion, we have to do it like that. With /narnia2. Unterminated string literal. What happened? Okay, so double quote, single quote, single quote, single quote, double quote. Ah, okay, I see it. There you go. So basically the same command, but we just get rid of this thing. I is not defined. Struct pack, struct.pack. Pwn tools, struct function. Okay. So packing and unpacking functions. So I guess yeah, D with L. Hello, nice to see you here. So I guess that was struct pack function. So pwn tool struct pack an I or greater than I. So I guess in this case we wanna pack, yeah. So pack 32. So P32. So the problem here is that we got this from how about we just do import pwn? How do they do it? From pwn import everything. So if you import everything, then we can use the P32 function instead of struct.pack. So pack 32, and then just this. P32 is not defined. Wait. Isn't that part of Pwn tools? So if we import Pwn, we should be able to access it. Okay. Yeah, so P64 and... Oh, okay. So P64, P32. So, I mean, we don't use single quotes or double quotes with these. P32 is not defined. Okay. So from Pwn import. Yeah, still here. Maybe from Pwn import everything. So import sys from Pwn import star. Okay, so this crashed the program, but it still didn't get us our shell. Okay, so even following like write-ups didn't help us out. But I'll keep on looking at these write-ups. Maybe one of them is eventually going to get us like a working script. They don't really like using Pwn tool scripts here. You create your scripts as well. I mean, we've been using created scripts all this time. It's just that for some reason the challenge isn't behaving in the way that we expect it to. Different environment variables, I think. Maybe. Okay, so let's take the idea of what the previous walkthrough was doing. So they basically do a full NOP sled. So it's just NOP sled plus shellcode plus return address. Okay, so it's full NOP sled. So in this case, the NOP sled is like 107. So in this case, there's no offset. There's just a NOP sled. There's a NOP sled, and then there's shellcode, and then there's the payload, which is the address for the EIP. So right now, which shellcode are we using? So we're using the 33-byte shellcode. So let's do the calculation. It is 33 bytes plus 4. So it's 37. It's 136 minus 37. And that's supposed to be the length of the NOP sled. Okay, so that's 29, 29, 99. 99, right? 29 minus 30. Well, 129 minus 30 is 99. So that should be 99 plus 37. And that should be 136. Let's just test that real quick. Python print 136. Okay. Okay. Anarchist says, I've got code that gets into the shellcode. Okay. But I'm getting an illegal instruction in this shellcode. I generated pwn tools for some reason, debugging that now. I can always depend on you, Anarchist, to do the work. I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard. Okay, so what was it again? So it's 107 for the... No. It's 99 for the NOP sled. So we'll do 99 for the NOP sled. We've got our shellcode. So we've got the old shellcode that we're using, which is 33 bytes. So before we go and run this thing, we're not using the offset in this code. So the payload is NOP plus shellcode plus EIP ADDI. And that's it. And it crashes. It doesn't let us in. Let's go back into the script. So we send the NOP sled, then we send our shellcode. Tough cookie, yeah, for sure. Sorry. So let's recalculate this. So this is 99 for the NOP sled, 33 for the shellcode, then 3 for the payload, which is the return address. $99.33.4. Okay. Math is mapping. The other thing we could do is, I guess we could debug the script a little bit. Just print it out. Python 3. Okay, so here's our NOP sled, followed by the shellcode, followed by the return address. So we also have the script that was recommended to us by Gemini. So try to aim for somewhere in the middle of the NOP sled. Okay, so we might be able to adjust the the return address a little bit. Whoops. So instead of like D24A, we can adjust it maybe one further. 5A. Ooh, still doesn't work. Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries. Have a good night, Mr. Rudder. Knopsled shellcode EIP. Fit dynamically pads the gap between your shellcode and the 132 byte marker payload. Okay, so the other way we could do this is we could use the other shellcode just in case the shellcode was the thing that was getting in the way. So we'd have to recalculate the numbers. So the other shellcode is .58 bytes. So 58 plus 4, 62. So 136 minus 62 is 34, 74. 74. So that would be a 74 NOP sled followed by a 58 shellcode, and then the payload. And then we'll comment out the other shellcode. We'll uncomment this one. Yeah, still doesn't work. You know what? I still kind of want to get a get a quick win from this. Even if I can't solve Narnia 2, we'll try another challenge. So maybe something like Hackropole. So we were originally planning on doing some Hackropole. We might have a better time doing this. Okay, so we'll switch over to the English. Man, why is my internet connection so trash today? Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. That's okay. We're not doing anything. We're just going to be setting up for the next minute or so. So we're doing pwn challenges. Okay, so we want more buffer overflow stuff. We're looking for x86 stack. We did pony. We did boff. We've done these before. What about this one? Dépassement de tampon? I have no idea what that means. But it's pwn x86 64 and stack. Let's take a look. Man, this connection's so bad. Okay, so intro, pwn, x86-64 stack. Exploit the given binary to read the file flag on the remote server. Okay. Ah, alright. So Docker compose. Oh, it's one of those challenges. Okay. Let's get out of here. Hackropole. So we'll download the Docker compose file, then we'll Docker compose up. We'll start up the container. So if you're wondering where the challenge is, it's over here. So our test binary is over here. If you want to give this a shot yourself, here it is. Okay, so we'll make this binary executable, then we will... Well, I guess we can just run the thing. So pwn... Do what? Do math? No. Okay. Let's do a little bit of debugging on this thing. So let's take a look at the functions first, just to make sure that there's no funny function we need to pay attention to. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. So puts system printf s random fgets time flush a to I. We have a main function, a sim shell. Huh. So there's a shell function in here as well. So I mean, this might be like a ret2 win kind of challenge. Okay, let's take a look at the main function first. Okay, so time rand printf flush fgets a to I puts. So nothing in the main function calls calls the shell function. So where's the shell function? So the shell function is this. It says enjoy your shell. Enjoy your shell, it loads bin bash, and then it runs system on bin bash. So this is a ret2 win function. So essentially what we need to do is we need to find a way to put the address of the sim shell function onto the instruction pointer. So in this case it's going to be RIP. Okay, so I guess we can run the program and then we'll just fill up the buffer with a bunch of stuff. And let's see if it crashes. Okay, so it looks like, I mean, that wasn't enough to crash the program. Let's try sending more. Still didn't crash. What happened here? Okay, so we actually filled up the base pointer. So the base pointer did get filled up with our input, so our 61s, which are lowercase a. So the stack pointer didn't get the info, and there's just like default stuff in the IP. Okay, let's try running it again. And let's take a look at what the main function does one more time. So if you answer incorrectly, it says no. If you answer correctly, it prints yes, and then it jumps to 1260. So 1260 is move EAX0, so I mean it just exits. Okay. I guess the other thing that we could do is we could try taking a look at what's in these variables at different points in the program execution. So like save a breakpoint here. Okay. Hit the breakpoint, AFV. So the variables it's checking against is where? Varword ch. So ch is at rbp minus hex c. Nothing I recognize over here. I mean, I guess the other thing we could do is we could just run the program because it just says no. we'll reset it. We will run the program again, and we'll just send like a whole ton of information, like all this stuff. And then at the breakpoint, we'll see what's in the variables. So hit breakpoint. Okay, and the variables are here. Okay, here's our user input. Gets put into RBP minus hex 30. Is there a limit to this though? And then we got RBP minus hex C and hex 8, hex 4. Oh, this also has our A's. And this also has our A's. And this also, so all of these have our A's. Okay, and what happens if we keep on running the program? So it just runs correctly. It doesn't crash. So it just prints yes or it prints no, and then the program exits. Okay, so I mean, how does it take in user input? One more time. It takes in user input with fgets. Fgets C function reads a limited line of text from a specified input stream and stores it safely into a character array. Okay. It stores it safely. So, I mean, can this be used for... Is this a memory safe function? So fgets is memory safe, but its safety depends entirely on you passing the correct buffer size parameter. Okay, so fgets enforces a strict limit on the number of characters it writes, completely preventing buffer overflows when used correctly. Okay. So, I mean, if it's not buffer overflow through user input, how else are we supposed to get to our shell function? Because the main function doesn't seem to indicate anything else. Whether or not you answer the math question correctly or incorrectly, it still sends you to the exit of the program. I mean, this is supposed to be it's supposed to be a pwn challenge, but typically in these pwn challenges you get source code. I guess it's an extra layer of difficulty there. Okay, let's try sending the correct math equation for this. So run the program. It asks us for this, right? We can print out the answer with Python. Okay, yes, but it exits anyways. Ranger Hero. Hello, nice to see you here. How you doing? Okay, we'll try another terminal to play around with this more. So we just send all of the output. Do we eventually crash the program? We do crash the program. So after, okay. So how many A's is this? Echo. And then word count it. So this is 280 A's. So this, when we run it normally, it does crash the program. Let's take a look at it in the debugger. So after the program exits, then the base pointer has this. The problem is that the base pointer is not the instruction pointer. Which has this junk. So there's a technique that that Anarchist taught me last time, and it was to pay attention to the stack pointer. Okay, let's analyze the thing. Then we put a breakpoint at the return function. Zero x 00401266. Okay, so now it is breakpointed. I'll copy this. Run, hit breakpoint, reset. Okay, it hits the breakpoint, and then let's take a look at what's in the registers. So the base pointer has all of our user input, I wonder if we need to send even more. Reset the thing. Okay, we hit the breakpoint again. It's still just the base pointer that has our information. We haven't been able to overflow into the other registers, like the stack pointer. If we're able to get into the stack pointer, we might be able to put a specific address in there. Yeah, still can't get into the stack stack pointer. The instruction pointer also untouched. Did you complete Hacker Holidays? No, I didn't complete Hacker Holidays. I thought I would be able to access the challenges after the event was over, but I guess we can't, which is a bit unfortunate. But Cypher, hey, what's up with you? So RBP has all this information. Let's keep on going. So we hit the breakpoint again. Yeah. We're just screaming into the void. All the time, yeah. Like the mouse who screams. Actually, the stack pointer has a... The stack pointer has our stuff too. Okay, so this is actually good. If we can figure out how much data we need to send before we get into the stack pointer, we might potentially be able to supply the address of the shell function and put it into the stack pointer. Okay. So let's see if we can... Let's create a pattern. So rag2, we'll put 100 characters. Then we'll try 200, then 300, etc., etc. Okay, so the stack pointer actually has our data. So that was after 100 bytes. Okay. Oh, we need a hex value. Okay, so what's the hex value? Little Indian, Big Indian. Okay, so ATAAU, ATAAU. We created that, right? ATAAU. So it's about here. Okay. This is not the way you're supposed to use the tool, but oh well. Okay, let's take a look and see what's in the RSP now. Okay, so that's close. So we got 4 characters in. So this is 56 characters. Okay, so this, we'll know our offset after we do this. So we put a single character in here. So we have to send 56 characters. 56 characters. Something like Python or Perl print A times 56. Okay, and then we'll send some bytes. So the bytes we want to send are the address for the shell, for the shell function. So it's this one over here. So the shell function is at this address. How many bytes is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we'll send it in opposite order, which is A2 11 X. A2114000. Okay, seems to work. So we need to send this to the binary. We also need to send like an extra new line like this. So we will pipe this into pwn. Segmentation fault. Okay, so segmentation fault, pwn. So I suppose we might need to adjust our payload, because this is a 64-bit address, and because it's a 64-bit address, our 4 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't fill up very much. So we need to send, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 8 bytes, 12 bytes, 16 bytes, 20 bytes, 24 bytes. So 24 more bytes. So more of these. And then add x00 times 24. Still segmentation fault. Followed by one of these bytes. Because when we take a look at the RSP, we can actually put in an address here. And if we can put an address into the RSP, then, well, let's take a look at the values right now. So dr, the value is going to be put into the RIP at the end of the function. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge. Exploit the given binary to read the file flag on the remote server. So here's what we know. There's a sim.shell function that is not referenced in the main function of the program. So we need to activate it through some other means. So I thought the other means would be to do some buffer overflow. Haven't been successful so far. Okay, let me just confirm something with the AI over here. In a x86 program, does the stack pointer contain the address to return to after a function ends, or when a function ends? Yes, in x86 the stack pointer points to the top of the stack, and the return address is stored on the stack as part of the call sequence. When a function is called, the return address is pushed onto the stack and the stack is adjusted accordingly. On function return, the ret instruction pops that return address from the top of the stack onto the instruction pointer and transfers control back to the caller. Okay, so if that's the case, we know that there's a function over here. If we could inject an address into the stack pointer, and the address is this, what would this look like in a 64-bit in a 64-bit memory address? So I guess this is the RSP. Finally got a shell in Narnia 2, man, I'm out of practice. Anarchist, wow, I'm so impressed. Because I was smashing my head against the wall for like 3 hours working on that. What was the trick? What was the trick? Was there something like super obvious that I wasn't getting? Because I really would like to find out what the problem was. So it would be this in Little Indian. Okay. So something tells me that the old write-ups don't work anymore because there was something adjusted. Still not entirely sure, but I think it's related to input streams. Would you be okay sharing your solution? When I stepped through the shell code in GDB, I got a proper shell. Okay, so we're trying to do another challenge right now. But if I provide it on the command line, it doesn't work. That's weird. So if you use it in the debugger, it works. If you do it in the debugger, it works. But if you do it on the command line, it doesn't work. I think the input stream is getting closed to the bin sh process ends and the program crashes. What about pwn tools? Would you be able to get it working with pwn tools, or... Okay, I'll try to get it more reliable than send. Yeah, but I mean... I wonder if you can do it in pwn tools, like through like a Python script. Okay, so... So we need to send this address here. So it's going to be A21140 and then a bunch of 00s. I think I was running into an issue where the ESP stack pointer was pointing into actual shellcode, so the shellcode was overwriting itself and causing crashes. Okay. Oh man. I mean, that's the headaches of being a hacker, huh? So it's gonna be, how many bytes is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if we're doing this in Little Indian order, it's A21140 00 and then 00 a bunch more times. something like this. I'm trying to run it over here. Here's our return address that we're trying to jump to. Haha, it worked. Nice. Okay, so we managed to finish one challenge at least. We just need to run the same thing but on the online service. So it's going to be netcat localhost 4000. So I'm using a trick that you taught me, Anarchist, about sneaking an address into the stack pointer at the end of a function. Okay. So why doesn't this go through? So we run Perl, we pipe it into netcat. Maybe it's looking for a carriage return? So let's see. Hex, ASCII, carriage return. So carriage return is 0D, 0D, so not 0A. So would a carriage return be 0D, 0A? No. I wonder why it's not working in this case. Let's try doing this in Pwn Tools. Let's copy this. Okay, let's grab the script from before. So I'll grab the same script that I used for the other Hackropole challenges. Say the one for Pony. Okay. So our payload in this case is going to be what was it? SimShell, this one. And we're sending 56, I think. So this remote localhost 4000, like the other one. Okay, and then run it. Okay, we're in. So we're the CTF user, and we need to read the flag. Cat flag.txt. No, it's not here? Oh, okay. It's not, it's just called flag. Okay, done. Well, at least we managed to get one win here. If not the other one. Bam.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Thanks, Nullsec. I really needed that win after like many hours of not winning. Anyways, I'll do the write-up for this off stream because I gotta get going. But let's see if there's anybody streaming on Twitch right now. Let's go ahead and take a gander over there. It looks like BlazeBits is on. Awesome. BlazeBits is an awesome penetration tester. He works in cybersecurity at a consultancy agency, and he's always doing some fun, cool stuff. Let's take a look at what he's doing right now. Okay, we will start the raid. Blaze News Wednesday. Okay. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for tolerating a lot of hours of not succeeding. Invalid username. Okay. I need to make it lowercase. Oh, okay. Forgot the I. That's how it goes. I've been there many times myself. Well, you know. Alright, so, oh, there's some sort of new certification from INE. Awesome. Alright, everybody, when you arrive on that channel, please give this message. OSFrog, HipHopHack, OSFrog. Thank you very much to everybody who came over today, and people who chatted, included the person who thought that they were getting hacked by nation-state level hackers on their iPhone. Alright, everybody will be back on Friday. And everybody have a great rest of the week. We will see you on Friday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next one's on Friday. HackerFrogs out.